Good evening, everyone. How's it going out there? Welcome back here to a Thursday night, 10:20 in the PM out here in California, January 29th, 2026. Latest activity here on the earthquake 3D globe shows a 1.8. Let's see where we're hiding at here tonight. Looks like maybe up into Alaska. See the green flag back there hiding. Also some activity stirring up out in the Gorda Ridges. Couple earthquakes out there here. We had one this morning just after midnight at 3.1. Now another 3.5 within the last hour out there in the Gorda Ridges. This is a spreading seafloor center type of boundary where the Pacific plate is kind of, it's separating and creating some new oceanic crust here. Now you got what's left here of the Gorda plate and then the Pacific plate here to the west and south. What goes on here during this time of earthquake activity is not only is it creating new seafloor, but it's also straining the area of the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone. So I'm a little concerned with that. The tremor counts have actually been elevated here today as well. 537 epicenters of slow slip events. And I do think Good evening, everyone. How's it going out there? Welcome back here to a Thursday night, 10:20 in the PM out here in California, January 29th, 2026. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D globe shows a 1.8. Let's see where we're hiding at here tonight. Looks like maybe up into Alaska. See the green flag back there hiding. Also some activity stirring up out in the Gorda Ridges. Couple earthquakes out there here. We had one this morning just after midnight at 3.1. Now another 3.5 within the last hour out there in the Gorda Ridges. This is a spreading seafloor center type of boundary where the Pacific plate is kind of, it's separating and creating some new oceanic crust here. Now you got what's left here of the Gorda plate and then the Pacific plate here to the west and south. What goes on here during this time of earthquake activity is not only is it creating new seafloor, but it's also straining the area of the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone. So I'm a little concerned with that. The tremor counts have actually been elevated here today as well. 537 epicenters of slow slip events. And I do think we need to watch this area quite closely. We've seen a number of quakes out here up along the Blanco fracture zone and more recently along the Gorda Ridges. All this activity that strikes up here on this strike slip boundary and the spreading seafloor center further strain the area down south here. We've seen a number of quakes up here on the Cascadia fold and thrust belt increasing as well. This is not big earthquake, but something we haven't seen in, I don't know, quite a while. I don't recall it being this numerous in such a short time period. So I do want to watch this area closely because not only the increasing activity right now, but the amount of time that has passed since we've had a partial rupture, or in fact, in that matter, just a complete rupture. Our last one,
I like this guy too much to let him lag out
back
here.
in 1700, not 315 years ago. That was technically
It's because I'm having to downscale, and when you downscale, bad things happen.
technically 326 years ago. This is just because
audio
of
glitches.
the
it tries
when
to
they
take
put this
frames
article
out, and it comes up as an audio tear.
Further here, and if you go back and look here, man, we've gone longer than any time with reoccurrence intervals, and that goes for a full rupture and a partial rupture. Now, if you look in between these big events, the full margin ruptures, that can be up to 9.0 or sometimes greater. We have these partial ruptures that it kind of stir up in there. And it's very likely here that we should see a partial rupture pretty soon, I think. Just looking at this graph, and again, the amount of time that has passed out here. There's been no intervals here in the last 4,000 years that have lasted this long. 326 years. It hasn't had to wait 326 years for the strain to break it. In fact, the last one was 291 years. That was the longest interval in the last 4,000 years. So a little concerning here. Do have to pay attention to what's going on out here, and maybe these little telltale signs are something that we, I think we.
I even put some stuff up on my channel I had my mic live, right? I even had my mic live when it was going down. The first one that shook, it was literally a couple miles that way. And we're a mile from the park entrance, and it was further into the park. So, what I'm trying to get at is, we felt one jolt, and that was pretty much it, because we're on solid rock, but everybody else around us that was on sand, like the Coachella Valley, was like, they're on edge. They're on the bad side of the continental plate. So we got to figure out, that's where my dad is, where my family is. We got to figure out a way to get their supply kits and their safety supplies all prepared, because I know they're not ready. No one's ready. No one is ready. But it's always good to stay prepared, in a sense that it's like a black swan event, you know? Like the thing that you plan for the least, you're happy you planned for it when you did because you might not have a lot of time. All right, guys, let's continue.
We should watch it regardless here if it stirs up a big earthquake immediately or not. Something to watch. An earthquake up there around the Seattle fault as well, 1.6. But the tremor counts here, let me show you guys the tremor map. That's 537, and they're all down here across.
Okay, so they're doing bombing at 29 Ponds Base, and I'm hearing it shaking all the way up here, echoing through the canyons and everything. So I either say that those are bombings or pre-quakes, and like how you have like air quakes or something like that. Like it sounds like the air shaking and it's just like resonating from the ground. So if it's not them bombing this late, which they tend to not like to bomb late because people get mad. So I think that it's just a sign for you know what I mean, a big one, like you're trying to say, like it's gonna happen soon, man. And thank you for helping and trying to prepare everyone and making sure that they know that it's super serious and that the uptick is, like you can see over here, it's very much so upticky. It's not like this over here. It's uptick. This is a lot since like the shallowest of in 2010, 2012. You know, we weren't worried about it. Now it's like, okay, you're saying in the Bible where the signs will be earthquakes and volcanoes and everything going off, and we're getting there. And signs in the sky, and look at the three-eye atlas could be causing a lot of this disturbance too. But it's just because it's messing with the Schumann resonance. And there's a Stefan Burns does a nice YouTube explanation of what the Schumann resonance is and how it affects humans in general and why we should be grounding out during these events. So we're more attuned with Earth, so we're not the problem. We're not the reason why our valence electron cloud isn't the reason why atoms around us aren't aligning to the poles and stuff. So we really got to mitigate that in the next pole shift. Otherwise, it's gonna flip, and then all of the faults are gonna flip. I mean, it's not looking good. So elevated things all around the world is not a good idea to think that that's normal. It's not. It's very active geological cycle in our time period, and the solar cycle is a maximum right now. So we're going to be seeing heightened activity in 2025, and look, you can see clearly. I mean, sure, there's spikes right here, but that's kind of like a pattern. What you're seeing, if this wasn't released, we'd have more of this. So this is why he's saying a big one. In a general sense, the whole coast over here could just fall off again. I'm thinking this coast is going to fall off. This. If the Rockies can't hold it up, the Rockies will fall, and where it bends in over here, it isn't going to look pretty too. But the San Andreas Fault is the main contributor to this, and it's a fault that grinds. And when you have a fault that grinds and one won't go under, it's storing an enormous amount of pressure on a fault line that's got a lot of people near it is not good. Because when it springs or something happens, we're all going fly. Okay, we're going fly. And it won't stay like this forever. There's very minimal plates like this. They had to make a new one just when they found it because of how rare it is that they won't budge. So yeah, super rare, and there is actually a hidden super volcano in this area down here in the southern hemisphere of the Californias.
The southern end, and that's technically where it's been at. If we go back and look here at the last week, we're going to go back to Friday. This is a week time period here, and I want to show you guys how much tremor counts have been elevated down here across the southern end, quite a bit. So 537 today. 2,360, a little bit up around the Vancouver Island range, but the majority of those 2,360 are down here across the southern end, and that's a pretty decent number. That's a large number for just a week time period, and all focused down here across the southern end. So, and I'm sure it will be escalated even more tomorrow with the further Gorda Ridges activity out there right now. So just watch that closely there, folks. I'm a little concerned because I live out here myself. I live inland, but the folks out there in Eureka, man, they're just folks. Right on the ocean there, the southern end of the Cascadia. And there's ways to check what's going on out here. If you look at not only the timeline, but GPS stations, for example, up here along the southern coast of Oregon has been rising right around Brookings or so. This is a updated image.
I would say that if Yellowstone wakes up and with the irregularity happens between the consistent geyser strikes, the geyser clocks, if that happens continuously and Old Faithful isn't as Old Faithful anymore and it's like irregular, then we really need to be watching out because something's about to happen.
Imagery, updated graphs. We'll zoom it in here a little bit so you can see what I'm talking about. This is the vertical displacement. I kind of show that a lot, right, when we're looking at inflation at volcanoes and whatnot. And around Japan, where the land tends to build up a lot of strain in a short amount of time period, so the slip rate's much higher over there. But one thing these areas have in common is the vertical displacement that's happening during the strain accumulation along the subduction zone, such as the Cascadia. And this has gone up 60 mm or so just since 2008. If you were to add those numbers up in years since 1700, well, that would be a huge amount. This area is supposed to drop several feet when it does decide to eventually go out here. It's not anything to mess around with, folks. 1700 was a long time ago. Beautiful area. I love traveling up here, up along the coastline, up through Coos Bay, Gold Beach. Just stunning area. But also at the same time, very hazardous when it comes to earthquake and tsunami potential. Not a whole lot of earthquake activity being reported here for now across the Northern California area, but just watch that. The Bay Area got a handful of smaller quakes, nothing big. Let's see if we got anything above 2.5 out here today. Nothing above 2.5. Really not seeing any major uptick in Southern California. We got about 45 earthquakes or so. That's just slightly above the average daily counts out here. A couple earthquakes here in the last hour, and over here around the Indio area where that 4.9 struck a couple weeks back. Nothing big going on, but this is another area, when you want to talk about time, these numbers are a big deal, especially the southern end here of the San Andreas Fault. Yellowstone National Park up here, a couple earthquakes, one this afternoon as well. I am going to go over here and double check the Yellowstone seismograph stations here, and then we'll take a look at that activity up in Montana. So the only one that's really working, and they got it back up online. This one works, but it still looks like the sensitivity is very low because a 4-pointer within the region should show up a lot sharper than that and a lot stronger, such as this one. This was offline for a couple days, and I noticed that they put it back online. You can see it right there. They added it back online, it looks like, the data. And notice some things started to come in, maybe some wind or ice or whatever. A couple local quakes there this morning. There was 3 of them, in fact. And then the 4.2 came in there in Montana. That showed up nicely on the seismograph stations here. That's what I like to see. I mean, that's what I like to see as far as signals go. It gives me a good some good confidence there that this seismograph station is working properly. There's another earthquake here. Looks like within the last hour or so.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, with rapid relief at 4 weeks. Many people experienced remission at 1
Dinner
and
served.
even 2 years. Some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining.
I don't think it was this one. It looks more like a local event here to Yellowstone, but as you can see, nothing's been reported here since noon. So, but up here around Great Falls, Montana, appreciate the comments coming in there. Quite a few folks did report feeling that earthquake around the beautiful city of Great Falls. Absolutely love Montana. Love the wilderness up there, just the scenery in general. I can handle the cold easily. I'll take that over 120 degrees every summer down here. Lots of, folks reporting that around Great Falls, over around Fairfield area. I think even down further south as well. Now, this is somewhat close to that Air Force base up here. I think it was about 7 or 8 miles away. They changed the title up here from the Air Force base to 8 kilometers east or northeast of Black Eagle, Montana. Up here, they still kept it the same. This one's a little bit closer to the air.
They probably did that to obscure the fact that there was a base up there, to be honest.
Air Force base there, the Malmstrom Air Force Base. Looks like it's about 3 miles northwest of the Air Force Base. It sits down here a little bit.
Malmstrom, definitely, they're going to hide
this
that
is kind
place.
of in a belt here of shear zones and whatnot that extend further south into Montana and portions of Idaho and Wyoming as well. But this is literally the first earthquake of this magnitude in this area that I could find. We went back and looked at historical data here. This is the largest one in this area. So got some interesting activity. The 4.2 was 14 miles deep, so that's actually pretty deep. The 2.7, 10 miles deep. So just kind of watch this here. I don't know. Let's see what we got. I like to look at GPS stations just to see if I can find anything suspicious or odd standing out. And, you know, these GPS stations, if they're around the right area, you can see maybe if there's some uplift going on. Let's see here. Where are we? I'm just a little bit off here. There's Yellowstone. Okay, so we got to go up around the Great.
Boom, boom.
Great Falls here. Well, the area in question is going to be up
Oh,
here.
it's bugging me.
You know, as far as the earthquake activity
not
goes, but
doing
we can
anything
kind of
right
look
now.
around, see what's up. That one's offline since 2019. That one's offline as well. Offline. Well, that one's up and running. 2026. Really nothing going on as far as vertical displacement. We got northward movement going down, and same for the east.
Nice.
2019 there. What about down here? This is 2000. This is recent here, it looks like, because 2026 would be here. Got kind of a downward turn here going on. So I don't see any huge, you know, like maybe say something's bubbling up here or inflating. I don't see anything going on there. Helena area pretty steady as well. There's one little area around Yellowstone that people keep talking about, and it comes and goes, you know, as far as inflation goes, and it kind of kicked up a little bit last year. I think they went up an inch or so. Just kind of popped up there. That's on the northern rim of the Yellowstone caldera, and they had somewhat of a similar uplift, maybe a little bit stronger back in 2016. That was associated also with an earthquake swarm as well that lasted for a couple months. Notice that inflation going up here, and there's the inflation there from last year. I believe that was last July.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think it's always changing. There's, you know, but Yellowstone itself is
True
really
inflation.
nowhere close to getting, you know, active, you know, as far as volcanic activity goes. We would know about it for sure. There would be a lot more activity stirring up than what we're seeing right now. Oil fields still active out in Texas. Far as worldwide, well, let's see Hawaii real quick. Couple earthquakes around Mauna Loa, 2.3, 3.1. Activity underneath the Big Island still. Southeastern edge, the Pahala earthquake swarm continues. It's been an ongoing thing there for quite a few years. Japan region out there. Let's see what we got. Looks like that's gone super duper quiet right now. There is a couple threes up there, but really not seeing anything major going on. Philippines area still somewhat active. See a 5-pointer. Got to watch that trench zone out there off the western side. There's some deeper activity with that quake there as well. Pretty good cluster along the Java Trench and the Indonesia area. 5.2 along the Kermadec Trench, it looks like. We got up in Alaska, just some typical movement. I don't see anything major going on. There's that 6-pointer down across the South Sandwich Trench this morning. Out in the triple point boundary, it looks like there's a 5-pointer. Southern East Pacific rise that should potentially amplify conditions out here as far as elevated earthquake activity. Right now it looks a little light. There's some deeper activity though starting to stir up. But we'll watch the West Coast here, folks. There's a lot going on, and we've been lucky here. You know, we've been pretty fortunate as far as any earthquake activity goes, as far as large damaging earthquake activity goes. Yeah. You know, our most recent event was the Ridgecrest earthquakes, fairly large, but that was not associated with the plate boundary out here. That's kind of out there north of the Garlock Fault shear zone around this area. So the plate boundary itself is where a lot of the stress and strain accumulates, and that's where the big earthquakes can happen. We are well primed all the way from Vancouver Island Ranges down to Southern California here, where the southern branch of the San Andreas Fault ends. Just, you know, I have a strange feeling here. We're going to be chatting about that. Let's check out space weather activity, see if anything major is going on. Oh, we popped up a little bit up into the sea flare category. Wow. Not that big of a deal, but I don't see anything that's really charged up. There's a little bit of sea that flaring activity is probably coming off of this region. Maybe a combination of that one and the one up north. These sunspots are very weak. Just looking at the magnetic complexity, they're rather small.
Right above Gecko.
You know, this one's fairly stable. This one's got a little bit of complexity, but really there's nothing here on the sun, the Earth-facing side of the sun, that's worth any mentioning as far as stronger flare goes. That's a reasonable X-flare forecast right there, 1% or less for X-flare. M-flare around 15% chance. That's probably reasonable as well. No major roars in the forecast. The moon is getting big and bright out there, so if you can see it, check it out. Might have to go out and take some pictures here tomorrow. I like to get the moon when it's got some shadow details there on the craters. A little bit of elevated high-speed solar wind stream right now, but really not affecting the aurora activity. Looks pretty quiet there across the board. No major coronal holes there in the forecast or on the sun for now. As far as any weather changes go, we got a massive high pressure up in Canada. Going to swoop down some cold air across the country. Look at that. A lot of cold air, but it's really dry cold air. Limited moisture. Going to see some snow down here across the southeast, it looks like. Maybe a little bit of snow around the Great Lakes as well. You know, these guys are just getting cold air, swoops of cold air. You know, sharing is caring, right? So I would take, if you want to hand me some of that over here, I'll take it. I don't want 60s and 70s here in the wintertime. It's not supposed to be like that.
With the cold air.
I want rain and cold. Anyway, hopeful that swooping and that cold air will venture my way around the February 15th or so, middle of the month. I'm hopeful.
I'll give you some. And
weather
Josh,
patterns are kind of
right now.
in agreement. That's a ways down the road here, so I'm not getting my hopes up yet, but I am keeping some positive vibes here that we get return of wet weather out here. Seismograph stations offline again. They go on, they go off, they go on, they go off. I don't know why, but that's what they do. But yeah, just watch the.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying?
But yeah, just Watch the Cascadia here, folks. I tried to find some information on whether this area has, aftershock or not aftershock activity, but foreshock activity. Like say for example, how Japan had a 7-pointer and a bunch of 6s, and then like 3 days later they had that 9-pointer. Similar to how the Kamchatka Russia 8.8 struck last year. They had. I think they even had a 7-pointer, a bunch of 6s, and then 10 days later,
I wasn't talking to you
8.8.
guys. I was talking to my girl.
Who really knows if that would be the same scenario out here? From what I can gather, it just pops in large earthquakes. It's possible they could rupture in a couple large earthquakes. Some of the information I found today, digging around, shows that we could get multiple large earthquakes all at once or within a short time of each other. But it's just something to watch and study. And I do think the Cascadia slow slip event, the tremor activity that occurs downstream, is a big indicator of what to look for, previous to a large event. And when we're seeing confined activity across the southern end, elevated activity across the Gorda Ridges, and something's going on down here for sure. So we just do got to be prepared for either a partial rupture or a full rupture out here, and it could happen. If you're kind of bored on this Thursday night, I would recommend going to this site called survivingcascadia.com. It's got a wealth of information out here when it comes to historical data. And if you go back 10,000 years, there was 7 intervals that lasted longer than 325 years. But if we go back and look at the where's my map? Here we go. The history here, right, of earthquakes. Long time ago, 10,000 years or so ago, yes, there was longer intervals between major ruptures. And I believe that was just the way that the plate tectonics were working at the time, as far as the stress building up a little bit slower. But if you notice recently,
you got to coordinate solar maximums and solar.
They've gotten shorter
the solar stuff
in terms
too,
of the reoccurrence interval. So why now are we at such a long reoccurrence interval? Way longer than at any time here in the last 28. Well, there was one there, 344 years. That was 26. But that goes back, I think, to the 6,000 or 7,000 year period. There was actually 2 intervals that lasted longer than that in the 6,000 years. But the last 4,000 years, there was none. So it's a little interesting here why we have not seen even a partial rupture yet. But it's coming, I think. Definitely will be hitting out here.
Go-Go's on the move on the top left.
Just got to make sure we're prepared. So anyway, this is the site, survivingcascadia.com. It's got, pretty much everything that you can think of on here. I reached out to this individual thanking them for the article and whatnot, but they never responded. But it's well worth the read out here. There's blogs and whatnot. Yeah, life without electricity. Crazy, right? And articles it looks like as well there. There's YouTube videos that they have up here. So, all right, folks, I'm out of here. Have yourself a wonderful evening. We'll see you guys out here for, guess what? Friday.
Pay attention.
Friday
Pay attention
tomorrow.
to the signs. And,
see you out here for the Friday morning update, folks. Take care. Stay safe out there. Have a good night.
For when the stuff happens, man, you're going to wish you did. Great YouTuber. I always love his content. I'm surprised he isn't at 1 million yet. I've been following him since he's at like 10,000. He's up to 200K, babe. It's crazy. But he's a good guy. I could tell he means well. And I don't have money for any of his merch, but definitely I want to support him via this, which is hopefully exposing more people to him so they can go and like and subscribe to him as well. So please, guys, please help him, help us. Without people like him, people like us down here in the middle of nowhere would have little to no ability to prepare because we're not getting it from our government. I know we're not. I want to show you what he did to my. He commented back immediately. He's very responsive. I was thinking about telling him that I was on live with my Gecko cam tuning my stream, and I used his earthquake thing to kind of test my first run with the Gecko in the background. So maybe he'll get a little kick out of that, but because his videos aren't really too demanding when it comes to graphics and stuff like that, so it really was able to test my computer's CPU and stuff. So I appreciate all that, and not to mention, as you heard me get the frame rate, the FPS audio debugged via the knowing the FPS was causing it when my computer was literally having to cut frames out, which caused the audio to jag, like basically cut out. And yeah, most people don't understand what that is, but I do. Sound tech. So thank you again, Earthmaster. Let's see if it loaded. Sorry guys, I'm running on Windows 8 right now. See, he hearted it. And thank you for watching from Joshua Tree, California. Here we go. Okay, hopefully he understands. You know, I don't want to plagiarize him at all. He's great. I like to give him the support that he needs by, you know, liking, commenting, and subscribing every video that I watch. And I tend to share the stuff that is, you know, local. So, thank you for your support. Because with people like you, we can actually know what is going on. Most people don't know about those sites. And I was freaking out after the earthquake, and I couldn't remember the site's name, so I had to use the plugs from your description most of the time. If ever I need Husky, tell me what is up. She wants some of the rice. That's what she's trying to say. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the Gecko Cam kind of eliminates my ability to do any game stream, so I can't do that while. Like if let's say if I wanted to do Skyrim right now, I could not do that. So eventually these lazy lizards will be doing nothing, and I will switch it back over to my main stuff for a little bit. But for right now, you know, it's better than watching the Skyrim screen go for an hour long with nothing moving at all. Yeah, this is a little better. So thanks guys.
Today, the term toffee can refer to all sorts. Around the holidays, I just love making candy. But last year, I made sugar plums, which turned out to be one of the most complicated things that I have ever made. So this year, I decided to give myself a break and make a simpler yet just as tasty recipe for a 19th century Everton toffee. So thank you to Babbel for sponsoring this video as we make true English toffee, this time on Tasting History. Today, the term toffee can refer to all sorts of different things. It can be hard toffee or chewy toffee. It can be served with different nuts or coated in chocolate. But when it first became popular in the early 19th century, it was a basic hard toffee made with either brown sugar or treacle, plenty of butter, and often flavored with just the littlest bit of lemon. One of the most famous toffees of the 19th century, supposedly beloved by Queen Victoria herself, was something called Everton toffee, named after the village of Everton, which was on the outskirts of Liverpool, England. Now, many cookbooks from this period include recipes for this precise style of toffee, including one from Cassell's Dictionary of Cookery, written in 1881. Everton toffee. Put 1 pound of brown sugar and 1 teacupful of cold water into a pan well rubbed with good fresh butter. Set it over a slow fire and boil until the sugar has become a smooth, thick syrup, then stir into it half a pound of butter and boil for half an hour. When sufficiently boiled, it may be tested by dropping some on a plate, and if it dries hard and can easily be removed, the toffee is ready for flavoring. For this purpose, add 20 or 30 drops of essence of lemon. Pour the toffee into a wide, well-buttered dish. If liked, vinegar may be substituted for the water, then the lemon may be omitted. Now, despite the presence of the lemon essence, it really shouldn't be lemon flavored. It's just there to offset the rather sweet yet complex flavor of the sugar and the butter undergoing the Maillard reaction, and it can take simple flavors and make them wonderfully rich and complex. And that is impressive because the recipe itself is actually quite simple, almost as simple as learning a new language with today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world, and all of their lessons are designed by real-life language teachers. And I like them because they're all really short, about 15-minute lessons, so you can just do them throughout the day or while you're standing in line at the grocery store. Like every day, I practice a little bit of my German so that when I was in Austria last month, I was able to say, "Ich hätte gern ein Sturm und ein Leberkässemmel." That is a really strong sort of wine and a meat sandwich that's quite popular at this time of year in Austria. But learning a new language isn't just about learning a language for traveling internationally. It can also be to better communicate with family or friends who speak another language, or just to exercise your mind. It's a wonderful way to keep your brain active. So if you want to start learning a new language in as little as 3 weeks, then just click my link in the description or scan this QR code, and you can get lifetime access for $199 during Babbel's best sale of the year. That's lifetime access for your Babbel subscription. And now, let's get back to making some toffee. So for this recipe, what you'll need is 2 1/4 cups or 450 grams of light brown sugar, 3/4 of a cup or 175 milliliters of water, 1 cup or 225 grams of salted butter plus some extra for buttering the pan, and then 1/4 to 1/2 teaspoon of lemon essence. So first, butter the inside of the saucepan. I am not going to lie, I really don't think this is necessary, but that's what the recipe said to do, so that's what I did. Then add in the light brown sugar and the water, and set this over a low heat and let the sugar melt into a syrup. This should only take about 5 to 8 minutes, and as soon as it starts to steam, you can add in the butter.
Oh, gosh.
Now the butter will begin to melt, but you can also help it by stirring it in, and then once the butter is melted, give it one more stir, and then add a candy thermometer to the pot, and stop stirring. Now, many of the professional confectioner cookbooks from this period call for this to have a little bit of cream of tartar added, and that will help it stop from forming sugar crystals. But this recipe doesn't have that. It is a home recipe, and I'm home, so that's the one that I'm following. But if you wanted to add a little bit of cream of tartar, you can. It'll make it a little bit more foolproof. But really, you shouldn't get any sugar crystals as long as you...
Cream of tartar, bro. That is not a household item I keep on standby, my brother. Cream of tartar.
you don't stir it. You want to just keep it on low heat and let it slowly rise in temperature on
Don't
its own.
stir it either.
Now, at
Oh,
first, the
this is
temperature
not-
will
I'm
rise
never
actually
doing
pretty
this.
quickly.
I will
but then
ruin
once it hits
this.
about 220 degrees Fahrenheit, 105 Celsius, it will not only slow down, but it will stop. It may even drop a degree or so. It is this sort of temperature plateau that it hits when all of the water that was added and the water that was in the butter needs to boil
Talk
away.
about
And so
a
you don't
boiling
want to rush
cauldron
this.
of
It does take a
goo.
while, but the longer it takes, actually, the more the flavors will develop. So you don't want to rush this. The recipe actually says that it should take about a half an hour. And perhaps it was during that time, just waiting for his sugar to warm, that the poet Ogden Nash wrote
Oh
the
my
lines,
God, that
"I know
recipe.
candy is dandy for sure. It's a pleasure so instant and pure. But liquor is quicker for that mental flicker, so you really can't beat the allure." So if you're impatient, you can pour yourself a drink. Otherwise, just stand there and watch your sugar warm, and eventually, once all of the water has gone away, it will start to go up in temperature once again. It'll also start to darken up during this period, and that is the old Maillard reaction hard at work. Now the recipe
Boiling
says that
pot
you'll know
of
when it's
lava.
done when you take
Now
a little bit of
upgraded,
the sugar
Tom.
and drop it onto a plate, and it will harden. And that is known as the hard crack stage, which is about 300 to 310 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 150
It's
degrees
called
Celsius.
lava.
So while you can do this without a thermometer, I definitely suggest using one because 10 degrees in either direction and it's not going to work. Now this is the point in time where I'm going to do something, but I'm going to tell you to do something else because I decided to follow the original 1881 recipe to a T and butter the inside of a dish to which I
Do
will
as I
add
say,
the
not
coffee.
as I do, huh?
But after trying to get it out for quite some time, I realized that it will be a lot better if you butter a dish and then put down some parchment paper. Parchment is your friend in this. Now, once the toffee passes 300 degrees Fahrenheit or 150 degrees
Oh
Celsius,
yeah,
take it
they
right
didn't
off
have
the
parchment
heat
paper
and
back
add
then,
in the
bro.
lemon
You were
essence
doing
and
the
quickly
real
stir it
thing.
in. Then pour the toffee directly into the dish, which you have surely lined with parchment. And here I decided to try something that one of the professional cookbooks from the time said.
looks like
and
it
that
will
comes
never
from
come
the
out.
1883 Confectioner's Handbook. And the author says, when nearly cold, mark it into bars with a knife or machine as above, which will cut them in bars or squares of any size. Here's the thing, I did not have that cool little machine, so instead I used a knife. But the middle, while it was still soft enough to cut with
It's
a knife,
nearly cold,
the outer
though.
edges had already cooled too much and it became hard, and really, it just didn't end up working. So I suggest just leaving it as one big old piece of toffee, which then you can break up after it is fully cooled. And while you wait for it to cool, make sure you are subscribed to Tasting History and hit the like button. It really does help out the channel as I tell you a bit about the history of toffee.
Please subscribe to this guy if you have not already. This guy does so much work, so much research into this. Even before AI was around, he was literally going to libraries and finding these things for us. Please help this guy out.
Deciding where to start in the history of toffee was kind of difficult because people have been melting sugar and mixing it with a little bit of fat for a very long time. For instance, the makshufa that I've made here on the channel and I included in the Tasting History cookbook is from 13th century Baghdad. One of the big differences with that, though, is that instead of butter, it uses sesame oil. When you find a lot of recipes using butter, you've got to go to Britain, and so that's where I decided to start. And it's really where the name toffee got a foothold. Now, there are different theories about where the term toffee actually comes from.
Oh, we gotta
but
go to Britain.
One theory is that it is at least connected in some way to the Scottish word taffy, which the 1825 Etymological Dictionary of the Scottish language defines as treacle mixed with flour and boiled till it acquire consistency, a sweet meat eaten only on Halloween. So that's neither toffee nor taffy, at least not what we call taffy today, but it does seem to be maybe a precursor to it. Now, another theory is that it comes from the word taffia, which was a popular 18th century drink made with molasses and sugarcane juice. But any evidence for that connection seems to simply be that the words kind of sound the same and that they both often use molasses or treacle. What we do know is that toffee, the kind that I'm actually making today, first seems to appear in writing around the year 1825, which does lend some credence to one of the possible origin stories for how it got popular, and that's the one that's actually put out by Everton Toffee, the company that was making it in the 19th century. According to one version of their origin story, and there are many variations, the year was 1753, and Molly Bushell, proprietor of a sweet shop in Everton, just outside of Liverpool, one day fell ill, and her physician decided to give her a recipe for a sort of cough drop that was made with treacle or sugar and water, and it essentially was this version of toffee that's flavored with a little bit of lemon. And often treacle was actually used as a medicine, and there were a lot of candies, sugar plums, for instance, that were used as medicines, so maybe it's true. There just doesn't seem to be a lot of documentation.
Okay, well, this fits in with my own history of tasting history, where they came out with this stuff. It's called soda pop, and they had to have it on stock all the time at these candy shops to keep these people coming back. And they decided to mix something. I don't know if it wasn't your channel, was it? But like, they decided to make it. Anyway, it was really hard, the original recipe, and it had something to do with lemon and orange. It was like a citrus was the original cola. And yeah, I'm not even sure if it was brown. I totally forget. I'm going to butcher it if I think about it too much more. But it just kind of reminded me of that.
From the time, so who really knows? What is for certain is that she started selling this recipe in her candy shop, or at least a variation thereof, and it became really very popular, and Everton Toffee became a hit all throughout England by the mid-19th century. In 1860, the Liverpool Daily Post touted toffee, toffee, toffee. The world-famed old original Everton Toffee, first introduced 106 years ago, patronized by Her Majesty the Queen, a most appropriate present for country cousins or town friends. Also, I love the fact that whoever set out that page of the newspaper put this advertisement for toffee right after a story entitled "The Alleged Murder by Poisoning." Now, Everton Toffee became so popular that to this day, the Everton Football Club, one of the founding members of the Premier League, is often called the Toffees, after they established a practice in the 19th century of tossing toffee and Everton mints to the crowd during games. Though there is some debate as to whose toffee it was. Was it Ma Bushell's toffee, or that of a rival toffee house owned by someone named Mother Noblet? One reason it's confusing is that they kind of essentially ended up becoming the same thing at one point, and so who knows? But toffee was being tossed out. Now, toffee made with brown sugar was the go-to style for those purchasing it commercially in shops. But if you were making it at home, which was probably the more common way to do it, especially in northern England and Scotland, where it was very popular, you would usually make it with treacle, which is similar to molasses, though it's not as thick and it is quite a bit sweeter. This was also used to make a variety of gingerbread known as parkin, which I've made here on the channel, and both of these, parkin and treacle toffee, were commonly made for bonfire night, or the 5th of November, where the gunpowder plot of Guy Fawkes is remembered. In parts of Yorkshire, it actually became known as bonfire toffee or plot toffee, and in some villages, it got other names that just got rid of toffee altogether. Like at Cleasby, Richmond, Yorkshire, an old woman, Bella Brown, used to make Tom Trot, a kind of toffee of which treacle is the main ingredient. November 5th, the boys around their bonfire used to shout, "Gunpowder plot shall ne'er be forgot, as long as Bella Brown sells Tom Trot." Another popular type of toffee from around the 19th century was something called hardbake, and this is simply toffee that is poured over a layer of almonds or some other nut. And then the nut is embedded into the toffee, and that's actually very often how it's made today, and you can do that today with your toffee. Just put nuts down and then pour the toffee over them. One of the more interesting variants, though, was when they would use coconut for the base, not because coconut was particularly interesting, but because they would call that eggs and bacon. And I'm not sure why. I can't imagine it looking like eggs and bacon, and it definitely didn't have eggs and bacon in it, but there it is. It's also around this time that a softer, chewier toffee becomes popular. It was around the 1890s that John and Violet McIntosh combined the flavor of toffee with the texture of an American caramel to create a new chewy toffee. The couple were selling the toffee out of their pastry shop in Halifax, Yorkshire, and they touted it as McIntosh's celebrated toffee. But actually what was interesting, what was noteworthy rather, was not the toffee itself, but John McIntosh's ability to market the toffee. One of his first stunts was to invite people into the shop one Saturday and give the toffee away for free. But then the next Monday, he put a sign in the window that said, "On Saturday last, you were eating McIntosh's toffee at our expense. Next Saturday, pay us another visit and eat it at your own expense." And they did. They showed up in droves, and very soon McIntosh's toffee was Yorkshire famous all around the county, and then eventually throughout England, when John began to market himself as the Toffee King who sold the king of all toffees. One of my favorite advertisements is actually from the 1920s, when instead of really marketing the toffee at all, he focused on himself, saying that I am John McIntosh, the Toffee King, sovereign of pleasure, emperor of joy. My old English candy tickles my millions of subjects. My court jester's name is Appetite. I was crowned by the lovers of good things to eat. My most loyal subjects are dear little children. My throne is guarded by the imperial unarmed army of candy makers. I am the world's largest consumer of butter. My own herd of prize cattle graze the Yorkshire hills. I buy sugar by the trainload. I am John McIntosh, Toffee King of England, and I rule alone. The cojones on that guy. Anyway, as the McIntosh chewy toffee did become more popular, it still remained that the brittle type was the standard throughout most of England and Scotland, and it would often be sold not broken up into pieces, but in a slab, and then along with it, you got a small novelty toffee hammer. It's actually said that these small toffee hammers were often concealed in the jackets or the coats of suffragettes, and then they would go around and smash windows in their effort to gain the vote. As Emmeline Pankhurst, one of the most influential British suffragettes, wrote, "The smashing of windows is a time-honored method of showing displeasure in a political situation." Now, I had really hoped to smash my toffee using one of these vintage toffee hammers, but you'll notice my hand is empty, and that is because I bought it on eBay and it's been...
Yeah, that's probably really expensive. Through too many windows. This is nuts. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna guess that these people had no idea about the broken window fallacy. Look at Giga go. She's going back in her hole. Go-Go's on the ground over there in the corner. Look at her prowling around. I'm proud of them both. She gets a little sleepy. Yeah. Look at her lay her legs out. Yeah, she's stretching.
held up, and so I don't know when I'm getting my hammer, so sadly I just had to use a butter knife and a mallet, and it didn't really go very well because I didn't use parchment. So use parchment, break it up, and here we are. Everton toffee from 1881. So I ended up getting a couple large pieces that were like the bar, but even then, none that were the perfect bar that I was looking for. Most of them ended up being much smaller, about that size, and so that's what I'm going to eat. Here we go. I love the texture.
Bro, I heard your teeth, like immediately.
For me, it's such a Christmas flavor. So good. So good, but boy, it's very chewy. It's a dentist nightmare.
Looks dry.
Stuck in your teeth.
Yeah.
But the flavor is fantastic. Like I said, it's not super lemony at all, but there might be like just a tinge of acidity, which just makes the flavor all the more complex. Now, this is just toffee and it's delicious and fantastic, but if you wanted to put nuts in it, just add more flavor and a new kind of texture to it. Also, if right after you put it down into the pan and it's still very hot, sprinkle chocolate chips all over it, they will melt and create a layer of chocolate on top. So yeah, do that. I don't know, it's great. You can just put out a plate. I feel like at Christmas there's just always like plates of candy and baked goods around my house. I don't know where they come from. But it's great and it's super easy. Honestly, the hardest thing is just watching the thermometer and not stirring it. But
that or getting it out of the pan.
Have a wonderful holiday season. And if
like
you're not around the holidays, still make some toffee. It doesn't really matter. It's good all year round.
I already watched the Mozart one, man. I just for this. Good job, Max Miller. Support this guy, by the way. He's a great guy. Might have to give it a rest here, and I bet I'm getting kind of tired, but as in the Gecko cam might be a thing where I leave on at night while I'm asleep. Like I can set that up to leave that on. That way, like they get their followers and I can see who actually wants to tune in just for that. And then because I noticed I can only do 12-hour streams at a time. Like I can't do 24. So I might break it down into 4 6-hour streams, or see how many 6-hour streams or 3-hour streams I could do per day without getting burnout. And I'm trying to figure out what to watch next. Well, that's illegal. I don't know. I'm kind of not really wanting to watch something that's gonna put me into the upset mode, but I mean,
it's the retard brigade.
You know, look at Gecko go on top of her thing. She's literally just chill.
It's the retards. Look at them go. Oh, isn't this beautiful? You know what this sounds like? This sounds like Bugs Bunny before they bring the fucking, you know, like the, you know, he's like doing this mode. This is what he's like. And then out from the fucking stage is like the cane, and they're like, "Come here, bitch. Get the fuck out of here." That's what it's like.
Bro, Asmon, watching that with no sound, bro, hella funny.
They some Looney Tunes.
The whole arm
now.
thing. What the hell?
It's the retard brigade. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. It's the retards. Look at them go. Oh, isn't this beautiful? You know what this sounds like? This sounds like Bugs Bunny before they bring the fucking, you know, like the, you know, he's like doing this mode.
Oh, I knew that's what you were gonna say, the hook. The hook. They're gonna bring the hook and get him off stage.
And then out from the fucking stage is like the cane, and they're like, "Come here, bitch. Get the fuck out of here." That's
there
what it's
goes.
like.
Yeah, the shepherd's hook crook. Yeah.
They some Looney Tunes now. Oh my god.
Straight Looney Tuning,
I thought
bro.
this shit was
For
a
real.
noise disturbance. Man. Imagine being a person that's in that hotel. Imagine being a person that's just like, you know, you're there visiting family for some reason or something happened, and you have outside a gaggle of morons that are playing outside at 1 in the morning. Refund? Exactly. Yeah, this is insane. And the Matt did you a chargeback? Exactly. This is nuts. Headphones? Imagine living in the apartments behind them.
Definitely got to refund them.
They go arrest these freaks. They do. See, this is the kind of, by the way, this is the kind of behavior that, like, I don't know why we tolerate this. I really don't. Like, if it was up to me, we'd put all these people in jail. We would. I think, you know, like, I think these people are future batteries. That's the way I see them. I see somebody like this. This looks like a future battery to me. This is crazy. It's unlawful, December-y. Yeah, disturbing the peace. Yeah, this is insane. LRAD? I like the sound of the LRAD. That sounds good. Yeah, I mean, because they like making noise. They like fucking with people's eardrums and then with their brain making all these noises. So why not? Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's fair. Honestly, like, that's fair. Like, I mean, if you're going around causing all this problem, it only makes sense to use the LRAD on them. Protesters, and you can see here, too. They're already crashing out. Look at this. They're like zombies, bro. It's like World War Z. It's World War R. The R stands for retarded. Look at them go. Look, look, look. You see them shining these lights at the police officers? They're trying to fuck people's eyesight up. This is a person who's trying to hurt you. Look. That's crazy. The sun's really far away. Should I look at it? Oh. It's intended as harassment? Yeah, it is. You got these zombies going out there. And then this is finally what ended up happening. And I was very glad to see this too. And so anyway, this is what they did.
The interior of the building and the surrounding sidewalks. Please leave the property by walking eastbound on Washington
Get the fuck out of here.
If you do not vacate this property,
get out of here.
You will be subject to arrest.
If it does nothing, then why do it? Yep.
To leave the property.
12 minutes.
It doesn't look like anybody's moving.
They got 12 minutes.
Well, there you have it. The warning has gone out. Cops are on scene. They're using this massive
about to get rid
type speaker system. And these activists, the group made up
they
of
just going out there causing problems.
Students have been warned. And it looks like
there they are
getting ready to march in.
They're going to go get them.
Could happen any minute now.
Thank God.
They're lining up on the streets.
Then a warning has something? Yeah, exactly. Oh, here we go. We'll watch. Look. See, they got the sticks. They got to use the sticks more.
Here we go. Multiple arrests.
See? It's all police. It's not National Guard. It's not the federal military. It's not Border Patrol. It's not the Bureau of Prisons. It is the fucking police. Man.
I've counted at least 10 people now taking it.
Finally.
There's another one.
Fucking finally. Who do people say no one's been arrested? Hundreds have been arrested? Well, no, I mean, like, I'm happy now. Like, they didn't get off. Oh, they're putting them on the retard bus.
The bars on the windows.
That's the prison bus. I haven't been on a bus since high school. Like a school bus. I guess it kind of makes sense. When the fuck would you be on a school bus if you're not in school? But I'm just thinking about it. I haven't been on a school bus for a long time.
Where it could be a...
Yeah, you go to retard jail, exactly. I'm just thinking about it. Short bus? No, they even had the people with mental problems get on our normal bus. They did. They're getting sent to the learning center?
Yeah, kill people. Yeah, with freaking mental illnesses.
Well, basically, they mobilized the police, and now the police are just totally fucking shutting these people down, man. And you can see, obviously, happening what happened is that these people were getting arrested like crazy. Look, watch.
All right, I'm outside the graduate hotel here on the University of Minnesota campus.
Yep.
In Minneapolis right now, and after multiple warnings, officers have moved in and they are making dozens of arrests. I repeat, dozens of arrests. I've seen at least 50 to 60 people rounded up. They're all sitting down across the street.
I love hearing that. People rounded up. Wow. Wow.
Media is not being allowed to cross the railroad tracks right now, but again, we are being kept on this side.
It's about
so
time,
the officers can continue to do their job.
So quiet. Yeah, where's all the whistles?
Behind me,
where's the trumpets?
With the bars,
the trombones.
That's where all
the
of
tubas.
The suspects are being rounded up. Many of them will likely face
that's too bad, guys.
conduct charges again.
Those whistles are annoying and illegal, and there's a noise ordinance. There's decibel levels that you have to follow.
Activists suspected.
So all it needs to do is send in a Baldy with like Tom Holman,
making a whole bunch of noise, trying to disrupt their evening.
Even before that, like I think Trump called Tim Walz, and if I had to guess, this is what I think happened. I think that he threatened Tim Walz with something really serious, like that we were going to immediately put you in jail or something insane like that. And he said, if you don't do this, like, it's over.
Bro, low-key, I thought the same thing. I was like, if they gave Maduro a call and they were like, look, I wonder what that call was like, because nobody's talking about that call. They're talking about this call. Oh, the waltz call. Oh my God, it's the same thing though. Like, it's just like, I really do wonder what it was said. Like, look, like, we are outside of your office right now. If you don't open your phone and call Trump right now and talk to him, you're going to be behind bars right now. And then they're like, his assistant right there was like, do you want me to? And then he's like, just calls Trump.
Well, I think that is why he said he's never going to run for office again. Because, like, who says that? Who goes from, I'm going to stand out my term and I'm going to be vice president? Who goes from that, and in 6 months from that, to I'm not going to run at all anymore? I'm going to totally leave. I'm not going to have anything to do it. He's shook. He is. Like, I think
somebody
that's what
who
happened.
had something to hide.
Flippity flops? Yeah, exactly. Linked to Epstein? No, I don't think he was. I don't think Tim Walz had anything to do with that.
And that's when the officers started moving in.
No, he didn't. But the dumb thing is, he was connected to Kamala Harris. He was connected to Cali, which is tons of fraud.
I think Trump liked Mamdani. I do. I mean, like, he's a likable guy. If you want me to be honest, it's my opinion. I think he's a likable guy. But with Tim Walz, not so much. New City. Man. Just run him out. Good point. Apologies for a crash out? Yeah, exactly. What do you think of John Fetterman saying? I love him. I think he's great. Walz is shook because he's connected to fraud, guaranteed. Yeah. I mean, that's what if I was Trump, that's what I would do. I would say, like, listen, like, you're gonna go to jail or we're gonna ruin your fucking life unless you play game or play ball. Like, you know, play the game, don't fuck around, and if you don't, we're literally gonna take you and we're gonna put your ass in prison. That's it. Okay, whistles do nothing. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Back up, everyone, camera or not.
And I would easily give him a fucking pardon. I would give Tim Walz a pardon in a second if he turned all this shit off, because 2 people have already gotten killed. Like, if he's gone, right? I mean, like, I get set an example, right? Set an example, but like, that's gonna cost a lot, right? It's gonna be a lot. I would immediately let him go. I would. It's politically convenient, I think. Still got Frey to deal with? That's easier to deal with. That's way easier to deal with. That's so easy to deal with. What do you mean? Bro. Man. Another one, huh? It's another one.
You're under arrest. Please sit down.
See, she forgot what she was even out there protesting. Isn't it crazy how these people just go from one fucking stupid cause to another? It's really unbelievable, isn't it? Holy fuck. Roy, those painter masks don't do shit against CS gas and pepper spray? I don't know. It probably... it's all a LARP to them. It is. Like these people, that's why they say, why'd you use real bullets? Jesus Christ. They don't have a job? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Exactly. They need a hobby. They sure fucking do, man. You see Keir Starmer meeting with Putin? No, I didn't see that. Oh, actually, I did. I saw he looked like a loser. Oh, here we go. Look at this.
Oh, you can. Let me show you, but
You want to harass people, huh?
No.
How does it feel to be fucking harassed?
No.
How does
So
it
he
feel
did not
to be
deny he does work for. He does. He did not deny it.
How does it feel to be
shit.
harassed?
He did.
What?
Look,
Fucking matter. How does it fucking feel?
he did not deny it. He did not deny it.
How does it fucking feel to be
Look,
harassed?
look.
How does it fucking feel?
You.
How does it feel?
What the fuck?
How does it
Look, he said it. He said it was him. He said it was him.
How does it feel to be
He
harassed?
said it. He confirmed it is you. He confirmed. He confirmed.
Oh my God.
Look.
Look at him.
They confirmed that. He
Jesus.
confirmed. He did confirm. He went for Homeland Security.
Look, oh my God. Look at him go. See, I'm going to vote for whoever is going to put every single one of these people in jail. That's what I vote for. Whoever is going to take every single one of these people.
We really need to
and
get this
lock
accountability
them up
thing in
like
check
the
because these
animals they
people that
are.
have been here for 30 years
That's my
and think
guy.
that they can rule our world is not
That's
going
my
to fly
guy.
anymore.
We're going to get rid of them. They doing it now? Well, no, they're not doing it the way I want it done. Oh, no. They're doing it a little bit, but I want a lot more than that. That's
They're
a good
doing it a
start.
little bit. You're right. They're not doing it a
It's
lot.
nice. It's a step in the right direction. I agree. It's a slippery slope. Yeah, so's this. Too bad. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it.
Confirmó, lo confirmó.
Oh my God. Jeez, that's so loud. Jesus. Well, wait, they spawn camped him out of the buffet? They spawn camped. He's just trying to get some food. And you got all these fat hogs running around after him. God damn. God damn, look at this. And they're the ones that are complaining about random stops.
Yeah, we saw you.
Okay, so I have to I really do have to say something. I'm going to make a short about this. Here we go. Flipping it. Flipping it. All right, so we're going to go over here and we're going to look up Mayan. I'm going to Jamie this. Death whistle. See? It's already in the top searches. You want to know why? Because this is what they're doing to America right now. This is literally what they're doing right now. And they're trying to literally recreate this symbol for their own retaking of the land that they lost. And you've heard few of them literally say it in the very beginning because they broke the ice too soon because they thought they were going to literally get taken out all in a week. So they were flipping nuts. All of them were nuts. But I think they're a little bit more like they have groups, right? So like they have these underground networks where they are listening to the, you know, like let's say what are those secret, hold on. See right here, number stations are mysterious shortwave radio broadcasts, often with robotic voices or Morse code. Like they have people like this, like that are literally telling these people what to do. Like the guy that swooped in and took that FBI like gun, like he was part of this cult. A Morse code that transmits sequences of numbers and letters, widely believed to be encrypted messages from intelligence agencies to spies in the field, using unbreakable one-time pad methods for secure, low-tech communication. Still active today, despite the internet. They follow patterns using various languages and are monitored by shortwave listeners, with examples like Russia's buzzer and Lincolnshire poacher being famous, serving purposes for logistics and espionage. So this stuff right here is going on in our very backyard, and we just do not even understand it because we don't understand what their intent is. We think these people are normal, and these people are coordinated. These people are beyond coordinated because these cartel members were sending them. They didn't get to choose. They were drafted like a military and sent across like an espionage agent to these different places to where they had to work to prove their weight to give money back. And maybe if they did it quick enough, they would have to keep some of the money too, right? If they made enough. So that's kind of like the incentive, and now all the money is gone, and we wonder why, because we found their gold mines, the literally underground things Nick Shirley has found, all these different types of transportation things. But like here's a, you want to hear what a mine death whistle sounds like?
I'm down here at the Mississippi River Valley. It's the witching hour, and I brought something special to share. Thought we'd do it in front of this large ancient hollowed out
I'm gonna
oak.
get it. This is
My
really loud.
Aztec death whistle.
Here you go, guys. I'm turning off my mic now.
They found a couple of these in the hands of a male skeleton that was sacrificed to the Aztec wind god. They sound like somebody screaming. They think they blew them before sacrifices, and then also to guide souls into the afterlife, and also possibly before combat to strike fear into the hearts of their enemy. It's a terrifying sound.
Fear into the hearts of their enemy.
Here in the Mississippi River Valley. Pretty cool, huh? Thought I'd share that with you. That's all.
I appreciated that. So folks, if you guys don't understand, we do a lot of research here on my channel. We do deep dives into everything, including the unknown. And what I wanted to get at today was these Mayan death whistles are just another reason why we shouldn't be allowing these people to be using something that's supposed to be for safety in our culture. But I know that the majority of the people blowing these whistles are not blowing them like rape whistles. They're blowing them as Aztec or Mayan death whistles. Okay, let's be real here. Did they want to incite fear into the hearts of their enemies who has eyes? So they stand out there in droves, and they're doing this, and this was cult behavior. And it was done before sacrifices to guide their soul into the afterlife. So we're doing this in front of the people, our patriots. We are allowing this. I'm not allowing this. I honestly think anybody that's doing that, I am ostracizing them from my life. If they're gonna go out there and they're gonna join a Mayan cult, then they're out of my life. If they want to say that Trump's a cult just because he's trying to defend America, that's the complete opposite of what they're doing. They're coming over here and they're trying to become Mexico again or something. Like I don't even support the idea of that. I mean, we won it through two things: Louisiana Purchase and the Spanish-Mexican War. Spanish-American War and the Mexican-American War. Those all those. And it's just safe to say people don't know their history. They don't care. Or they just feel like history is being made every day. And there goes Gecko. I want to say that's Go-Go. Because, hold on. Yeah, that's Go-Go. Yeah, that's Go-Go. Trying to go get some more water, I think. Funny guys. Oh no, he's going back into the cave. See? It's a perfect night cam for these guys. They have no idea what's up on there. You see him looking at the camera? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I can't take it. Okay. All right. So these Mayan death whistles need to stop. Like, there is no need for this in our society. I'm not going to stress this enough. You guys are acting cultists and cultists by the hour, and I'm not going to sit here idly as somebody who used to think that I used to serve to protect every single person in this country blindly, because that's cult behavior as well. Because now I know that there's people in here that want to hurt me, and why would I want to defend them? So we got a real problem right now. We got a real problem. People, espionage agents over here. There was, Nick Shirley saw Chinese national passports. Not all of them are going to be in these chip manufacturers. You think they can use this stuff? Of course they can use this stuff. And then crypto, all that money transfer and stuff? Are you kidding me? They're over here making millions on millions of dollars in their own currency over there, flooding their markets, and we have no idea what's happening. And we don't care because we don't have anybody with the sense that God gave an idiot to look at where the money goes. We don't know where our money's going. It's clear we don't know where our money's going, or we would be stopping this. All of it. Instead of worrying about political squalor and what we're supposed to be doing to get our next vote, we really should be thinking about our survival, like we should be doing. Everyone should have been doing this, not just our government, because if we let our government run for us, then if they're just thinking that they're in control. And if we tell them that we are in control, but they're the leaders of the people in control, and we control the leader just as much as they think they control us because they came from us. So, you know, they think that, but to be honest, it's becoming more and more divided now. You can't have these people that are in millionaire lifestyles going up there and grabbing political squalor and all this stuff, just grabbing these votes from thin air, calling these Democrat people saying like, look, we know I didn't know you didn't need an ID. I would have been way more against these people coming over if I thought they had the ability to somehow vote and tamper in our elections. That sounds like a completely horrible idea. If you told the founding fathers that, like, if somebody could come over here without any source of identification and just vote for the who's in control next, what? I'm sure he would be freaking out. So, I mean, some of this stuff really needs to be considered. I think they thought way more than just a census when they made the census. They needed to think the census ahead and be like, all right, if we're doing a census, then we should be able to do ID voting, because we know exactly how many votes need to be printed. And if there's an oversurge of people that are voting, we need to correlate this. And we thought that for a long time was happening, but apparently none of this was happening. And so what we need to do is hold these people accountable, and now more than ever, stand up for the people who are fighting for our freedoms. ICE agents are fighting for the freedoms that we have as civilians. Okay, just as much as military people were fighting for the freedoms for the civilians, even though the ones that I didn't think that would ever be able to hurt me. So what if I didn't like them? It was my religion type of thing, like hands on, hands off. But it's just, they got their death grips on everything. They want to be infiltrating into our own Congress. They want to do it from the inside out. They want to do us so dirty and then cover our mouths and smother us with these death whistles before they send us to the afterlife. And I'm not having it.
You came out with another guy, and I can show you the whole video.
Oh my God. Jesus, look at him. Full on harassment, I know.
I saw you yesterday. You're gonna tell me it's not me?
Be an Asian guy, but
you don't remember me yesterday?
Mhm.
I was on there with you. Come on.
Oh my God. They're going out of their mind, man. One of them's wearing medical uniform. She's going to get herself fired. We saw you masked up. Now, how does that make any sense? Yeah, I fucking wonder, man. They didn't spawn camp him at the buffet. They were heading there to eat because they're fat and they saw him. I mean, you're right. I mean, maybe this guy made a mistake. I mean, you basically went into their main base. I mean, it said all you can eat buffet. You went in to their base of operations. Like, this is like their spawning ground. This is their citadel. He was behind enemy lines. Yeah, maybe he made a mistake by doing this. Oh, yeah, and this is also crazy. Fellas, is it a Nazi to have a little motion? So, apparently... I don't know if this is AI or not. I'm kind of assuming it is. But this ICE agent has on fucking... Bro, he is iced the fuck out. Can you believe this? Oh, my God. So this is a tragic photo of Alex Preddy, who, you know, is helping two disabled veterans with no legs learn how to walk again. But it turns out that it was an AI-generated image, and it has 2 million views, and everybody believed it was real. Isn't that crazy? The senator from my state, Dick Durbin, that's about right, talked about the Petty shooting on the Senate floor and used an AI image as a prop. One of the agents in the picture doesn't even have a head. I don't know if this is funny or scary. There's no way this is true.
This weekend, federal agents gunned down yet another American in Minneapolis.
Gunned down. He got gunned down, guys. He got gunned down. Oh.
Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse at a VA hospital in Minneapolis.
Put it up.
I'm going to show a photo of that scene, which is graphic, but I'm afraid it's necessary to appreciate the horror of the moment.
I love how he does a preamble for showing the AI picture. Like, it'd be one thing if he just pulled it up and he's like, yeah, like, if you see this is what happened. Like, no, but you do a whole preamble and you're introducing this photo.
This photo shows the last second before the ICE agent killed Alex Preddy on the streets of Minneapolis.
What a fucking retard. Oh my God.
Bro, his head, where's his head at?
And he's even explaining everything?
No gun, obvious.
Wow.
No effort to resist, obvious. This was a moment.
If you look at this AI generated photo, everything that I'm saying is obvious.
If you look at his head,
when this man,
where is his left hand on the guy with a gun pushing on his head where his head is supposed to be?
Terrorist. The photo tells the story.
You know what's crazy about this?
Just blatant disregard to the depixelation of everything as well.
Because it's not like he took this to Kinko's or something like that to have the have it blown up and made an image, right? Like, he didn't take this to Hobby Lobby and have them do it. He probably had somebody on his team do it. So that means somebody on his team probably saw this image and they might have thought, oh, wait a minute, this guy's gonna use an AI image. That's funny. Let's let it fucking happen. You know, so either there's two people that are retarded, or there's one person who's not retarded, and they just let it happen anyway. Aren't you glad your country is run by erectile dysfunctional geriatrics that don't know shit about technology? Yeah, I'm so happy about that. So watch this. This was fucking funny, right? So this stupid bitch, I remember back in the day, she used to be smart, but now she's a dumb bitch. Isn't that sad? So President Trump exposed ICE hunter Alex Preddy. So the story of Alex Preddy, read by Elizabeth Warren. Here we go. Let's get to it. Just a minute. Well, I want to make sure this is quiet so y'all can hear it. And another good ass day, yeah.
Caring for people was at the core of who he was. He was incapable of causing harm. Alex carried patience, compassion, and calm as a steady light within him. Even at the very end, that light was there. I recognized his familiar stillness and signature calm composure. Caring for people was at the core of who he was.
Yeah.
He was incapable of causing harm.
Wow.
Alex carried patience,
it's a peaceful rider,
compassion, and calm as a steady light within him.
Oh my God. It's just embarrassing. Like, how is it that these people always fall off on the side of the fence, the people that are fucking retarded? It's like every single time somebody like this comes up and they try to make a fucking a hero out of them. Every time they try to make a hero out of somebody like this, it turns out that they're a bunch of fucking weirdos, man. And yeah, it's really crazy. You want to ask a question? And also, like, you got to add, here's the reality. Is that
bro, it's all they got. It's the real people aren't there, and it's sad because they don't see that.
And is yelling at a police officer.
They thought
like, normal people don't
nobody
do
was
that.
with Trump, and everybody's with Trump, so they don't know what to do.
And I'm not talking about First Amendment. It's your right to be able to do this, but it's also my right to say that you're a fucking nutball, right? So, like, if you got these people that are going out there being violent, aggressive, hostile to law enforcement, running after them, chasing after them, screaming at them, kicking their cars, like, the kind of people that do this are the kind of people that used to to be locked up in mental institutions. But now we don't have that happen, and so we got these animals running around causing problems. But the fact is that these people are nuts. No normal, well-adjusted person acts like that. Nobody goes and does some shit like this at all. So yeah, smashing a brake light is no. I thought that kicking the brake lights off of a car was part of your First Amendment right. What do you mean? So yeah, that's about it. I don't know what else to say. And yeah, this is on Charlie. Called out Charlie. He's done much more political content. He's talked about two things political, right? I don't think he's doing political content. I mean, and also politics is part of social, like, you know, the social culture, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with talking about politics at all. But it just depends on how you want to do it and what you want to say. And I just doubt if you deserve to be killed. Yeah, I mean, but like, I'm just saying that. Like, I think that every single time that you see one of these videos with these people that are bad actors, like, you really got to wait and think about it a little bit longer, right? And, like, maybe wait to find out more information. Like, I remember whenever this happened, and I said, damn, that doesn't look good for the ICE officer. And I still think they need to do an investigation, because it doesn't matter you kick the taillights off of a car. You can't be going around fucking, you know, like getting shot for that, right? I mean, obviously. But like, whenever I see something like this, I think to myself, okay, well, you know, you got some guy going around doing this. And yeah, it's just like, this is obviously a bad actor. He's 100% a bad actor. And can I fathom touching an officer, let alone all that? Yeah, you should never, ever be touching an officer. Like, any of these people that's going around doing this, like, you don't have a right to get around and fuck with these police officers, man. You don't. And some of these people on the internet, and this is the thing I really want to get at, and I want to hammer home and say again, is all of these people on the internet that are talking about how, oh, well, this is your right to be able to do this and all that. Like, these people want you to die for their political cause. And that's the main thing I want to say, because they want you to go out there and be collateral damage and get hurt and be killed so their political cause looks more sympathetic. Obviously, they would never do this themselves, and that's it. You have a right to be retarded. You do. But the moment that your retarded touches somebody else, suddenly problems can happen, and that's just the way it is. Die for the narrative. Yeah, you can just die for the fucking narrative. And that's all they want to do. And I don't want people to die for the narrative. I think that's bad. With a gun, by the way, yeah, you're out of your fucking mind doing that. You really are. And so, there's another part of this here. Well, let me listen to this too. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, he had a gun.
Man. So he's screaming at him. Wow.
Fucking trash. Is that what you're saying?
That's a nutball. Nobody does this. That's a well-adjusted individual. You're a nutball if you're going around. Like, I mean, I don't know why we can't just say this, right? Like, if you're going around trying to track down police officers and harass them like this, you're out of your fucking mind. You're crazy. Like, who the fuck does this? Like, really? Like, this is what a nutball does, man. It's just so fucking stupid. He's asking him to assault him while armed. Yeah, I know. And nobody would recommend doing this. Nobody would say to do this. And it's just really, you know, I hope that people realize that you can't do something like
this.
That's
like one step from suicide by cop.
Even if the other person is in the wrong, you're gonna still end up dead. Like, that's the way it is. So I see this happen to somebody. I haven't seen this clip, right? He committed 3 crimes and he wasn't arrested. He should have been in jail. It would have saved his life. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is the thing, is that everybody that advocated for not holding these people accountable, this guy is dead because you didn't hold him accountable.
Yeah.
If he was held accountable and if he was put in jail and if something happened to him, he had his gun taken away, he'd still be alive today. But it's more important for these people for him to die for the cause and then them to AI generate a photo of him because he's not attractive enough for people to feel sad that he was killed. And so you AI generate a photo where you make him more attractive and then you put it out there so everybody's sad. It's so pathetic, isn't it? It really is. Can you imagine this? Let's take a look at this. Welcome inside a massive fraud scheme in, guess what? Minnesota, building with over 22 healthcare providers. In fact, it was just exposed that this same building has billed over $380 million from taxpayers over the years. So this is $1/3 of $1 billion. Do you guys want to see where your money's going? I don't.
We left and we headed over to the next building that had 22 of the same home health care providers operating from inside of the building.
Right here you have
multicultural
home care. And right here it says it's open, but can't even get in.
Oh, wow.
Another Reliance Recovery Center.
Reliance
Mercy and
Recovery.
Grace Care, Inc. Right here you have Eritrean Youth Development Association of Minnesota. Another child care center. Welcome to Bright Beginning Center.
But what do you guys
think? Do you remember what I said before, bro? This is the tip of the iceberg. I said this before.
Think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Sorry. No comment. Can I please?
Right here you have Serenity.
It is the tip of the iceberg, my friend. Once people across the country understand what the problems are, then we can begin to fix it. If you don't understand where the problem lies, or in this case, what an iceberg is, then you'll never be able to understand how far you're going to have to go around this iceberg. You don't even know it's an iceberg. You get the analogy.
Quality care. All of these businesses are literally the same type of business, providing the same service in the same building. Another Convenience Home Healthcare Aid Inc. and Child Friendly Space.
Wow.
All these companies get money from the government. Why would you have the same company essentially inside of the same building, door to door? Right here, Queenly Home Healthcare.
I mean, like, they're literally building the second Krusty Krab right next to the first one just for more money.
In the same building. Another Convenience Home Healthcare Aid Inc. and Child Friendly Space. All these companies get money from the government. Why would you have the same company essentially inside of the same building?
Fraud. That's the reason why. It's fraud. Like, they've got 50. Like, I mean, I would assume I'd be all right with like maybe 2 or 3, but 22? Nah.
Door to door. Right here, Queenly Home Healthcare.
And also, like, isn't it crazy that there's never anybody around? Isn't that weird? And also, whenever they shut them down, nothing happened.
It's like vacant. It's
It
like
just
the
doesn't
back
make
door
sense. If you were trying to
Why are they
operate
not
a
in
business,
jail?
you'd want to have less competition. But here, they have all of their competition right next door. We're wondering, because we hear there's lots of fraud taking place here in Minnesota, and we're wondering, why is there so many of the same companies inside of this same building?
Why is that?
No, I don't know that.
What do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't have any idea about that fraud, okay?
I do.
What do you think about the news articles and what's being spread on the news about the fraud?
Right now, you are doing something wrong.
I'm just asking you.
No, you
about
don't
the
have
fraud.
to ask me, okay? Don't ask me that question again. Okay?
Okay. Who can I speak to? Who can I speak to?
Right.
Okay. As soon as you confront about the fraud, they get angry.
And keep in mind, again, there is one person sitting outside. Like, I've been to these health plazas before. There's people everywhere. In any sort of a normal health plaza, there's going to be people everywhere. But there's nobody here. And you can see very clearly it was open, right? I mean, the sign said open. Two people came to the door. What's going on here?
These people have these home healthcare companies. You're seeing them everywhere inside this building. What kind of fraud are they committing?
So there's false documentation being submitted to the state of Minnesota.
We really don't give this guy enough credit. We really don't. This is just one based boomer that is a patriot, cares about his country, cares about his tax money, doesn't want to see it going towards funding terrorism in Somalia indirectly, and he has gone out of his way for no money whatsoever to bring this to light to literally hundreds of millions of people. This wouldn't be possible. This video would not be possible without him.
For services never provided.
That's John America.
They're having
John
forms
America,
signed
is that
in
right?
advance for services that were then never rendered. As far as a year or 2 years in advance, they'll have someone sign these forms at one sitting, and then they just file those with the state of Minnesota, and nobody from the state of Minnesota bothers to check that those services were ever provided.
That's right.
So they're essentially just using people, saying that they had these services provided months or even years ago, then filing the paperwork and then receiving money.
Do you remember what I said about people that file kids on their tax returns and then they get a child tax credit? This is the same fucking thing. And like, it is so common. You guys have no idea how prevalent this is. It's insane.
Money from the government.
Right, and the Somali community is a very closed
Guy
community.
needs to run for governor?
So
Yeah.
everybody's in on it. and they
They're
don't
all
want to
in on
talk,
it.
as you can
Absolutely.
And for this building, I'm going to give an estimate of around $30 million for how much fraud is taking place. That is a very low estimate.
That's what they need to do. See, this is what I think they need to do if they want to approach this problem. You need to find the business that is the most easy to identify as fraud, and you need to investigate and subpoena their communications. And if you can do that, you will unravel the entire web. Because I bet they're all on WhatsApp or Telegram or Facebook or some other chat messaging app, and they're all talking to each other discussing this fraud in depth. So as soon as you have one, it's going to be like a domino effect, right? Where it's like one person is connected to two other people, which are connected to two other people, which is like, you know, and it multiplies and it multiplies and it multiplies, right? And that's the way that you go after this. If they want to solve this problem, all they need to do is get one person dead to rights, get their communication, and then be able to use that as a justification to go after everybody else. That would be my approach for it. I think that's the best way to do it. Palantir could uncover it in like 5 seconds, maybe 5 nanoseconds, but yes.
Estimate, however, still a lot of money in fraud.
And do you think there is fraud taking place here?
I don't know. Yeah.
Do you have any idea what any of these businesses are doing?
I never ask.
Damn, bro. Like, dude, like, god damn. He is squirrely one. He's squirrely. Look at his face. Look at.
Are doing.
He is squirrely. Wow. What's going on with him? He tweaking out. Yeah. He's saying things.
He's thinking,
I know he's scared.
He's getting 1,000 miles scared. He's thinking he's going to die. I'm going to jail right now. Who is this guy?
So insular.
I know what they had about it.
It is so, basically tight-knit that they don't want to get thrown out of the community for expressing anything that's different. So Minnesota is grieving, but we're resolved. The support we've received across the country has energized us and given us hope. It's time for the federal government to draw down their forces and let us get back to allowing freedom, opportunity, and security for everyone. Keep tweeting, keep tweeting, Tim. Just keep sending out the police, okay? You can tell your mentally ill followers whatever they need to hear. Let me see if I can show you. Tim Walls. And this is how bad it is. He said that he's never going to run for office again. He's done. It's over. Just a minute, my audio program I think is crashing again because it's a piece of fucking shit. Give me a second, I gotta fix this. Yep, that's right, that's good. Trump. Think about it like this. You have been gamaged by a 23-year-old virgin YouTuber that doesn't know what benevolent means. You're you were about to be the vice president, but instead of that, you have been completely fucking destroyed by a 23-year-old virgin YouTuber. Mr. Shirley, I don't feel so good.
We're already doing it.
Do you regret jumping out before such a consequential moment?
No, and part of it was to, we're already doing it.
Do you regret jumping out before such a consequential moment?
No, and part of it was to, look, I recognize that I'm a lightning rod, and this is it's a tough space for I'm in because I know they hate me personally, and they take it out on my constituents. Because old white guys who are former governors tend to land on their feet okay type of thing, but in all fairness.
Yeah, we got to fix that. I think he's right. You know what? That's true. It's like, how is it that like you have like this privilege of just being an old white man and like you get to just retire and then nothing happens to you? I think we might need a little bit of DEI. You know what, guys? Maybe DEI is not that bad after all. Damn. You know, I've just been thinking about this from the second thought. Wow.
So on the timing, I removed myself, and then 2 days later, Renee Good is murdered. But I think one of the things is I have no political consideration.
Should have told them not to go and impede federal investigations. You didn't say that, you fucking idiot. You didn't let the police help her. She's dead because of you, you bald retard. You made this happen. It's your fault. Should be in jail.
never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Wait, hold up. Wait, one more time.
Consideration will never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Never again. I have no political consideration, will never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Never again. And I will.
Complete obliteration. Absolute victory. It's over. A blowout. Yeah, it's a complete blowout. Like, it really, how accountable should he be? Yes. That's it. One more, y'all want to hear it again?
Good is murdered, but I think one of the things is I have no political consideration, will never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Never again. And I will.
You know what I think it is? I think he's messaging to everybody in politics not to go after him personally because he will no longer be a threat to their political goals.
Never again.
I think that's the reason why he's saying this. I think he's saying this so everybody will maybe get off his ass and stop putting him in the crosshairs. Metaphorically. Good point. Yeah, that's what I think.
He's just trying to get out of the way of the snowball,
I think he's
man.
going out there. He's saying, listen, I'm out of the game. I'm not going to play anymore. Please just leave me alone. And I'm going to be honest. Nothing
These
makes me hope
politicians
that we
have been
go
spending
after him
most of
more
their
than
careers
that.
pushing this stuff uphill, snowballing,
You're gonna
uphill,
roach out.
uphill. And let's see, can we push it even more? Can we push it even more? Let's see how much can we push this?
You
Can we
said
push it? Oh, we
go
can't
out
push it
there
anymore.
and fight.
There's way
ICE
too many
aren't law
illegal gotaways in
enforcement.
our country.
And you're
Oh,
going
we
out there
literally
getting
can't support our-
everybody hurt,
everyone's
having
dying.
people
We're
die
starving.
for your
We can't get to
bullshit.
that point. Sorry. The snowball comes down now.
I think that there needs to be a consequence. I think there does. And the fact that he's trying to run away from it makes me want to chase it that much harder. It does. And I think that really we need to have a little bit of fun. We do. We need to have fun about this. Gals, yeah, exactly. You cannot let people do this. You can't let them roach out whenever they went and they let everybody get fucking killed like this. Yeah, so that's what I think is going on. He's trying to de-aggro. Yeah, he's trying to run away. He is. Unfortunately, they won't. Dude already made a deal with Trump, and Taco Trump probably gave it to him. If I was Trump, I would have given it to him. I am speaking as an angry citizen, but if I was the president and I could choose between letting this bald retard go and then not having to deal with an insurrection act, not having to bring in the military, not having to potentially have more people die, if I could just say, okay, you're done, it's out, go fuck. It's like, the Japanese emperor. We didn't kill the Japanese emperor after World War II. We just let him live out his life basically in exile. There are a lot of times where sometimes the best option is just neutralizing your opponent. And, it saves lives. It does. And when you're the president, Donald Trump is also the president of the people in Minnesota. Would I make that decision if I was Donald Trump? In a heartbeat, I'd make it. Absolutely. Faster than that. It's an obvious decision. Any rational person would make that decision. It's for the greater good. Yeah, exactly. And again, like you could say it's about sending a message, but I don't think it really would send much of a message. I think it would just be really messy. It would be really problematic. It would be a page in the history book, and it would be better not to have that page. So if we can avoid that, I think it's a good thing. How you so informed? You play WoW most of your life? I'm not informed about shit. The only thing that I understand is the way people think. That's it. And I'll tell you something. Let me finish the clip first, actually.
Just do the work. And what I found is, again, I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
There's heroes on the streets that we don't know their names.
Yeah.
They're never going to run for office.
Well, we don't know their names because...
Let me tell you something. He was like, let me de-aggro. You played WoW for what's your life. Damn, you know what? You're right. You're right on that one. I can't say a damn thing. De-aggro. Let me show you something I learned. De-aggro. He just pointed it out. He just pointed this out. De-aggro.
They're wearing masks because you guys kept trying to dox them. The ICE agents that are out there deporting illegal, violent, criminal, sex offender, pedophile aliens, those are the real heroes, not the weird fucking dysgenic freaks with like blue hair that are running after them, blowing whistles and shitting in their diapers so they can follow them for 15 hours a day. Those aren't the heroes. Those are people that should be in a mental institution.
And those glass top leaders brought this administration to their knees this week to do something about it. So there's other ways to serve, and I'll find them. We're already doing it.
Do you regret?
Right, so no accountability for Walls. If it saves lives from other people, like let's say it saves us having to invoke the Insurrection Act and do all this other stuff, then yeah, I would make that decision in a second. I would, and I think any rational person would make that decision. So that's it. And it's people like this make me wish we could reward virtue, but when you corrupt it, you get people who game the system. Absolutely. So why do people keep saying there's no due process, apparently? Because they don't want due process. They want a process that obfuscates the outcome of the person getting deported. So whatever the outcome is that leads to a person getting deported, they will say that it's not due process because they don't actually care. Do you really think they care about the due process? What about the due process of the officers getting voted to do this in the first place? They don't give a shit about due process. Like, it's got nothing to do with that. Same as like the people that were in January 6th. You think people cared about due process? They all got locked up categorically? No, they didn't care about that at all. The fact is that they don't give a shit about any of this. They're only saying that as a defense so they can defend their illegal alien indentured servants so they can keep them on the payroll longer and get their houses cleaned and their lawns mowed. That's the reason why. And then the politicians are supporting it so they can keep these people voting for them. That's it. So you don't think Mancoso government's completely infested by these rats? I think so, but cutting the main guy a deal and having him roach out on other people later on, I think that'd be a good thing. So yeah, in source file it says urban governments to foment violence if they're implicated in fraud.
Me too.
Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, I think honestly, Tim Walz, like whether he's implicated in fraud or not is a separate issue than this, in my opinion. But we have this guy, a YouTube video destroyed this guy's entire career. I really don't. I think Tim Walz would be high on the hog if it wasn't for Nick Shirley's YouTube video. I think that YouTube video totally fucking annihilated him. It did. And yeah, it's not saving lives if eminent power is convincing everyone they can riot, committing violence, mislead everyone. Well, at some point, you have to stop it, don't you? You have to certainly say, like, enough is enough. Okay, we've had enough of this. Let's move on. We need to clean California next, maybe. Yeah, you explain Tim Walz in WoW terms. Tim Walz in WoW terms, he's like Anduin. He's emotional. He does nothing. He's basically a waste of space. He's a little bitch. And when everybody needs him, he runs away. Now, you think Tim Walz would want revenge against Nick Shirley? I bet he absolutely would, bro. Like, he 100% would.
Will never run for an elected office again.
Never again.
Never again. And I will just do.
Man, I think he is just saying that so they don't go after him for fraud. That is honestly what I believe. I don't think there's any other reason. I don't think that he was actually planning on this one way or another. I think that's it. A Minnesota man, Mark Anderson, has just been arrested for attempting to bust Luigi Mangione out of jail by posing as an FBI agent. Now, there's not really a lot in this story at all, so it's not really worth looking at. But at the same time, I think that it's fucking funny that this is happening, man. They tried to bust this guy out of Arkham Asylum. It isn't shocking? Yeah, I think it's fucking funny. Takes practice? Yeah, it does. I like how that people say ICE are untrained as a statement of fact with zero proof other than vibes. Well, and it's also that the 2 instances of people dying, it was not that at all, man. And so, yeah, I don't really know what else to say about it beyond that. And where the fuck is the rest of this? Let's see if I can find anything else. This actually be worldwide headline news of the races were reversed. What is this here? If I can find this real quick, if there's something that's worth looking at. The state is not a sanctuary state like Boston. What is this here? Is not yeah, thank God. And say her name, went to a puppy, a fake sale, went to lure her out to an area where she was ambushed, killed, and set on fire. Wait, so these people, they went and set this bitch on fire? What? Why? Why? What the fuck? God damn. What a bunch of fucking animals. Jesus. Like, what the hell's wrong with them? Oh my God. Yeah, because she white. I mean, I do think that definitely, I think 100% the media gives a degree of, you know, like credibility to people that are like that. If it's like the other way around, if it's like white people doing something to a black person, then I feel like really everybody's talking about it. But if it's a black person that does something to a white person, I feel like it gets probably 1/100th the amount of fucking attention. I think it gets way, way, way less. So yeah, she was targeted because they think her son killed somebody. Yeah, somebody breaking Luigi out. It didn't work. They didn't get him out, man. And they tried, but they didn't. Oh, we saw this one too. Look at this. This is the resistance here. This is it. Here we go. Who said AI videos have a time limit? Everybody? It's obvious that if a video is longer than like 12 seconds, the probability of it being AI goes down massively. Because like in one frame, like absolutely that's the case. Because most generative AI programs only generate things in small windows. 30?
Welcome back
Not
to
true. I think it's generally true. Grok does 15 now? Okay. It's 30? It's still not a minute and a half. Still not a minute and a half.
Back America, where we prepare ourselves for the resistance by building shit for cheap. A few months back, I showed you guys how to make a lightweight self-defense shield, but I knew I could do better, so today we're going to improve on our design. This old rain barrel was 20 bucks on Marketplace, and I can get 3 shields out of it. I've had this jigsaw for about 10 years, and it finally died during this project, but all good things must come to an end, and we're going to finish it with the Sawzall. I'm using one of these drums because they're impact-resistant and lightweight, so you can remain fairly mobile while protecting yourself from non-lethal projectiles. Although it does seem more and more these days that the lethal ones are what we really need to start preparing for. You might notice that I'm not sounding as gleeful and haha jokey as I usually am in these videos. Frankly, I'm just not feeling it right now. I have this old shitty tarp that's got a bunch of holes in it anyway, so I'm going to use it to reinforce the shield's durability. I'm layering it with this fiberglass resin, which is what they use to repair boats and cars and shit, and it's pretty fucking strong stuff. My dad has a sick Mustang that's been wrecked probably a dozen times from various whoopsie-doos, but the man is an artiste with the Bondo, and every time they crash it, he's got that car looking good as new. You can see after 24 hours, this stuff dries rock hard, unlike the micropenes of these fucking insecure Gestapo terrorizing the country. But the edges are kind of sharp, so I covered them with some heavy-duty duct tape. The last detail I gotta figure out is how to get some handles on this thing. I like the idea of Velcro because it can be ripped away freely when you are inevitably assaulted for exercising your right to peaceful assembly. So I'm attaching some of it to
peaceful assembly with the shield.
This old leather belt and the surface of the shield. Unfortunately, I didn't think ahead and use industrial Velcro, so this stuff isn't very strong, and as you can see, it absolutely did not work. That's okay, I'm already pissed off today, so why not just add some fuel to the fire? My next idea was to attempt to plastic weld on these old table legs that I have from the solar dehydrator. These are the perfect size and shape for handles, and I was pretty psyched when I found them in one of my junk bins. Next time your family or friends try to have an intervention on all the shit you keep, just show them this video. I wasn't confident that the plastic weld would be enough to support the shield, so I layered up a bunch of fiberglass resin, hoping that that would be good enough. 24 hours later, I was met with surprise and demise as my handle quickly busted off when met with some leverage. After that, Jake was duly pissed, but don't worry, dirt babies, we're not done here.
If anybody has any ideas, let me know in the comments. In the meantime, let's get a little more serious.
Oh God!
Bro has no idea what fucking bolts are.
As far as I know, it's not. Bolts, brother. Videos teaching each other how to make shields.
Brother.
He completely failed to do it, and he starts monologuing. Is this real?
I started this video a few days before Alex Preddy was executed in the street.
What happened to the shield?
Now that I see this video, it rings out. He just goes and walks off and leaves the shield. Shitty is sick, and maybe it'll come in handy if you're facing off against a non-lethal round in the streets. We got to get serious.
What are you
have to
doing?
Get serious. I'm not gonna fucking sit by anymore and twiddle my thumbs and wonder how much I should engage with this for my own mental health. Blah blah blah. For my ability to continue making a living.
Oh my God!
I've started a document. You can access it for free through the link in my bio. It's winter prep worksheet. You know, it's for fucking. What do we do? What do we do when ICE shows up in our community? How can
we sure as hell don't build a shield. I'll tell you that.
Start working now to prepare ourselves. We have to elevate. We have to get smarter.
The shield is a weapon,
better than this movement. We have to outmaneuver this movement.
Oh my God.
Back to Dirtbag America, where we prepare ourselves for the resistance by building shit for cheap. 4 hours later, I was met with surprise and demise as my handle quickly busted off when met with some leverage. After that, Jake was duly pissed, but don't worry, dirt babies, we're not done here.
If anybody has any ideas, let me know in the comments. In the meantime, let's get a little more serious. I started this video a few days before.
Welcome back to Dirtbag America, where we prepare ourselves for the resistance by building shit for cheap. A few months back, I showed you guys how to make a lightweight self-defense.
Ideas, let me know in the comments. If anybody has any ideas, let me know in the comments.
It's so fucking pathetic. I don't even know what to say. Oh my God, dirt babies, yeah, and this is the revolution, gentlemen. You've got to watch out. You've got to be careful. And are they like the Resistance from Star Wars? Yeah, because they're both using props. They're both using cardboard props that don't actually work.
Bro could have said Cabbage Patches, and we would have been all right with it. But bro said Dirt Babies.
Okay, did he try to vulcanize that with a heat gun? Jesus Christ. Too much work. Posts it for updates anyways. Stunning and brave for the cause. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. It needs a glory. Oh my God! He spent days making this, like hours over multiple days working on this project. You know, you can make a shield that's really easy. Why even need the shield is a good idea, but you need to think better about the handles. Drawback: the shield won't break, but it will transfer blunt damage to him. Normal shields are made to absorb the damage. His wife's boyfriend is going to be mad when he sees how he borrowed all of his tools. Captain Miserable. Imagine being this much of a failure when you could have simply made something out of a 2x4 with far less effort for that matter. Instead of fiberglass, use Kevlar. So funny that this individual thought that they'd never heard of a wooden shield used all throughout history. Yeah, nobody used wooden shields, guys. Oh my God. If you have the skills to make these, then get a job. Yep, and that's why he doesn't have a job. So that's the way it goes. Why not just buy one on Amazon? I don't know. Maybe his dad didn't let him use the credit card for that, and so he had to do something else instead. I think that's probably what happened. And where's a few more of these here? But yeah, I am just shocked, really, to see something like that. It's just so ridiculous. And he used all the plastics from oil. Yeah, sure. Bob the communist builder. Yeah, basically, right? And let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. They're gonna do this too.
Bob the communist builder. Wow.
Passing the SAVE Act as well as many MAGA Republicans. What is the holdup in the Senate? Why hasn't that been brought to the floor?
They're finally gonna do a voter ID law. They've needed to do this for years. Finally, it's happening. I'm so happy. Oh my God.
Well, I'm for that.
I can't believe it was ever not a thing. What the fuck have we been doing?
Yeah. My understanding is that they are still modifying the bill. It includes right now a requirement that you be a citizen to register to vote, but it doesn't include a requirement.
Seriously, what have we been doing?
So in other words, you're going to have what we call voter ID or photo ID when somebody goes into the ballot box to vote. That's not currently covered in the bill.
Census, everything, all this for nothing?
And addressed, and I think the new bill that comes out hopefully will deal with that. But I mean, at some point we'll have that vote. I'm for it. I think
it's a disgrace.
Who would not want
simply
voter
disgrace?
ID? I've never heard a single coherent argument against voter ID.
Senate are.
Really?
And I don't.
You gotta be out of your fucking mind.
The relevant committee yet, but I know there's a high level of interest among the members in getting a vote on SAVE.
They're gonna filibuster it. That makes them they want to cheat. Yeah, they want to get a bunch of illegals in there and vote on it. And this is also, I think, kind of funny. Look at this.
Winery. The memes have been hilarious, and what's also hilarious is that we were able to trick the corporate media into finally covering this fraud. Here's Forbes saying, we don't think that Ilhan Omar's fake winery grew by 10,000% in value in a single year.
That's a lot of money.
Given the fact that it's not real, that they haven't posted on social media since 2023. They don't make any wine. They don't have a physical location, and they were sued for fraud for literally being a fake winery.
They got sued for fraud.
Bro, they don't make any wine. Why does the wine company not make any wine?
Omar's third husband, no relation, was sued for millions of dollars because the winery was in fact fraudulent. And for all of you who wondered what happened in this lawsuit, they settled out of court.
Oh, how convenient.
So what does that tell you?
Who knows? Nobody
also,
knows.
many people were asking, how can a practicing Muslim own a winery? Well, the answer to that is she can't. Get a load of this. No, Muslims are not allowed to drink wine or any other form of alcohol according to mainstream Islamic teaching.
I don't know if they can sell it.
Of course, the style of law that Ilhan Omar
they're not even allowed to own it.
Practices and is very proud of. Yet,
damn, this is what I mean. It's a complete disgrace. These people don't even know who they're pissing off.
She just needs to own it. No, Muslims are not permitted to own wineries or any businesses involved in product selling, profiting from alcohol, according to mainstream Islam.
They can have it or sell it,
This isn't the first time that people have said no. Fraud claims, wine money, Sharia, ethical storms around Ilhan Omar's husband and her. How does she own a winery? This probe had better look into some of the evidence of Ilhan Omar's winery before it disappears.
They gotta get rid of it. Yeah, they're gonna try and delete it. That's obviously what they're gonna try and do.
Showed you
100%
a website.
Absolutely.
That Ilhan Omar's winery appeared on.
So is it still there?
Called S Crew LLC, found here at this strange empty address, had a website.
So you're telling me even she's doing these bullshit companies? They're just all doing it. It's all the way down.
We read it to you.
Oh my God.
We showed you the URL. There's the URL right there.
You gonna refresh
that URL now? If you go and you copy it and paste it right here,
let's
the
do
exact same URL.
Got it.
You can see now it's gone.
Roach out. Roaching out. Absolutely. Because they're getting exposed. There's fraud everywhere. I told you guys, like, y'all have no idea how bad it really is. These people are total fucking parasites. If we got these people out of the country, everything would be a lot better. I'll tell you that for a fucking fact.
It's awful that we even have to deal with this.
This page has been scrubbed. Now there's no more. Est Crew LLC. Let's go ahead and put it into the Wayback Machine. Maybe we can just find it here.
Here we go.
You know, the Wayback
Top to
Machine
bottom. Yep, top to bottom.
Everything
The whole
logged,
way.
right? Well, don't have actually a lot logged for this, but here's a ping.
January
Let's go ahead
3rd.
and find it.
Let's see it.
And we get nothing. And it's not just us getting nothing. Get a load of this. And Newsmax.
Nobody else can
last
find
night,
it.
They had
Is that
a report
right?
Where they tried to do the same thing.
Anyway, it gets weirder. Up until yesterday, Benny Johnson was able to find their supposed inventory bottles and all the things they have, their office location, and a bunch of other information on the business. But as of today,
they deleted it.
Those sites are totally shut down, and any mention of their website has been wiped off the internet. I'm talking gone. The Wayback Machine, all these other crafty little archive sites, everything is gone. Like, deleted the root
Is Asmon racist? Unfortunately not. Sorry.
My computer buddy Jim.
Not really.
He couldn't even
I love
find it. Some
racist jokes,
fancy
though.
AR jargon
I do.
bot machine for recovery. I don't even know who's explaining it to me. He couldn't even.
Sorry.
So what happened? And who has the power to shut off the Wayback Machine? And maybe they're just broken. I mean, some people are reporting that there's outages there.
Yeah, sure.
But I haven't been able to
Mistakes
get it
can
to work at all today. So what's going on with Ilhan Omar's fraudulent winery?
I can't wait till they investigate this bitch. I do. Like, if they end up deporting her, I am going to lose my mind. I am. And I am very, very happy about this. This is going to be amazing. And if that does happen, I will be thrilled. There might be a Chinese copy of that site. They exist. Maybe you're right. It's gone even on the Wayback Machine. That's not suspicious. Yeah, and website was running on rice and bananas. Yeah, and I guess they ran out of rice. Owner of Ice Out. We've got a big one here, lads. And then there we go. All opinions are my own. And then
Gone way back then because it never existed. They just kind of wrote it down and everybody expected that it was there and nobody
deeply bizarre and anti-man. Really? Well, then why do you look like one? It's so stupid, isn't it? These retarded hogs are just sitting around talking shit, causing problems. Oh my God. Really? Like, what's going on here? I don't know what this is. What's a watermelon? Probably not enough for her to eat. I'll tell you that. And that's just sad. It's a troll account? Yeah, no, it's the Palestine. It's a Palestine symbol. So you have the Palestine flag and the other Palestine symbol, right? In case people forgot. So, yeah, that's nuts. I thought you meant girl or boy. Yeah, I guess so. But no, this shit's so fucking embarrassing. I'll probably watch this at some point. I don't know if I'm gonna get around it. Guy who owns Leo Trucking is one of the main license plate readers.
They're in a black Ford Taurus, Minnesota license plates. They're in a light brown, Ford Expedition, Texas license plate. You know, this is not about if you're a criminal anymore. This is about if you're just brown. This is getting crazy.
Going after
Please
the
be safe out there
Browns.
today.
Going after all the brown people. That's what they're doing. And how the hell are right-wing autists able to find this information out in like a day while the FBI can't? See, if Trump can give me $1 billion, I will put together a team. I will put together a team of people with fucking Greek statues as profile pictures, anime girls, people that quote I'm trying to think of like a really good example. Like this is Napoleon, people that quote Napoleon a lot, and we can put together a team, a certain group of individuals. And SEAL Team 6, well, this is more like Meal Team 6, right? We just bring in a bunch of fat autistic losers that spend all day on the internet looking people up and figuring shit out, and they're gonna run circles around the FBI. We'll have, and $1 billion, by the way, isn't to pay them. It's to build a golden corral next to the building that they're going to work at, so they don't have to go anywhere, right? And so that's it. Yeah, big balls, exactly. That's what they need to do. It's the Goon Squad, exactly. Team Spectrum, exactly. And just get Rainbolt. Yep, yeah, 100%. Get all of those individual, get all those guys together, and they're gonna figure them all out. And this is crazy that these guys are just going out there and doing that like it's just nothing. And he also owns a trucking company, because you've got to keep in mind that the people that run this stuff, you've got to make sure that you treat them the way that they are, because they will do the same thing to you. You've got to go. You've got to go hard on them, because if you don't, they will do it to you, man. Just need pizza and Mountain Dew. Ooh, I like the sound of that. It's a great idea. Can't we have an office next to Golden Corral? I mean, I've got a look. I mean, like, I got a Golden Corral nearby. I go there sometimes. I wish I had somebody to go to Golden Corral with. I used to go with my dad. You know, we go with my dad. This is the thing, right? Actually, it kind of makes me sad, but like my dad on Memorial Day and on Veterans Day, he would go and we would go to Golden Corral with you, and he would wear his Vietnam vet shirt, and he'd be walking up to the fucking what do you call it? To the store, right, or the restaurant, and he'd be looking at everybody else's license plates, right? He'd be like, "Oh, that's a Silver Star, that's an Army Commendation Medal, that's a Purple Heart," you know, like, and all this, and like he'd be going around there inspecting their achievements, man. It was. I'll go with you. Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, I'm banned. That was, damn. Fuck. I don't really think about it a lot, but like that, for some reason, that bothers me. It does. Fuck. And yeah, wow. What's Golden Corral? It's a place. So basically, it's the best all-you-can-eat buffet that they have. It's the best one. My parents take me to Golden Corral all the time whenever I was a kid, and like I used to love it, man. I would go there. It's a feeding trough. Oh, and they got a whole lot of pigs. Let me tell you something. You go to last time we went there. The last time I went there, I remember commenting to him. I was like, "Are we the only two people here that aren't bad?" Come on, look around. He goes, "That's it. Straight up, man. Straight hog headquarters." That's what they say.
What? My God. I'm doing wiring management. Golden Corral, fat people. I guess I should say I'm sorry about your dad, bro. Because that's why you probably got sad. Totally down to go to the Golden Corral with you, man. Anyway, alright, so I am almost done. I'm not sure what to slip on. You're gonna get the clamps. There we go. This is going to be about initiative to address a drug addiction.
Hi, I'm Ryan Reynolds, and welcome to my mountain television software demo stunt.
Let's take you out right now to President Trump inside of the Oval Office at this event. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much, everybody. Been a little busy day. Right? We had a good morning, and now we're having a good evening, and we're going to a premiere. A little while, but there's nothing more important than what we're doing right now, in my opinion. Today I'm signing a historic executive order to combat the scourge of addiction and substance abuse. Big deal in this country and probably in every country. We're calling it the Great American Recovery Initiative. I'm grateful to be joined by co-chairs of this sweeping new effort, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and Senior Advisor to the White House Great American Recovery Initiative, Catherine Burgum. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Where's Bobby? Bobby? Oh, Bobby, come here, give me a hand. I love Bobby. He's doing a great job, Catherine, right? Do we think so? Who's doing a better job, him or your husband? Maybe your husband. He's doing a good job.
I'm just getting started.
They're both doing very well, and now you're going to do better than both of them. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary Doug Burgum, Secretary Scott Turner, Secretary Doug Collins, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who's got some pretty good news, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary, NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Oh, I've gotten good at that, Jay. Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's doing a fantastic job, and Director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy, Sarah Carter. I also want to introduce a great friend of mine who happened to be here, and he's very much committed to this. He knows how important it is for our country. He's built a tremendous American company. It's called WeatherTech. I guess you've seen the ads. I've seen the ads. I think they're great ads, but more importantly, it's a great product. David McNeil. David, congratulations on what you've done. It's incredible.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, really great. And the president of WeatherTech, Ryan Granger. Ryan, congratulations. What a great job. They built an American company, and it's a thriving company, too, so with a great product.
It's great to be here in America.
You know, when I was in the private sector, I'd always buy the floor mats, but now that I'm president, I no longer have to buy floor mats. But you made a great floor mat, and you still do, and lots of other things. Many of those with me today have personally known the heartache of a loved one taken by drug or alcohol addiction. I do. Just like millions of American families, every year we lose an estimated 300,000 people to drug and alcohol abuse, and the real number is probably much, much higher than that. Thankfully, drug overdose deaths plummeted by 21% in the last year. We're working very hard on it. We've closed the southern border, seized over 47 million fentanyl pills and 10,000 pounds of fentanyl powder. That's a record, and I have formally designated Dr. And I'll tell you what, we have a group of doctors, some of them behind me, who have just been incredible, and they've really wanted this, designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And for some reason, they didn't want to do that until we came along, but they are indeed foreign terrorist organizations. With our action in the Gulf of America, that sounds so nice when I hear the Gulf of America. Drugs entering our country by sea are down 97%. So when you see the boats being hit, those boats kill on average 25,000 people a boat. So that's 25,000, I would assume mostly American lives, but lives are being saved. Now we're taking a bold action to help Americans struggling with all forms of addiction so they can get the help and the support that they need to free themselves from the horrible burden of dependency. The Great American Recovery Initiative will bring together federal, state, local, and private sector resources to support addiction, recovery, treatment, and prevention. And it will help mobilize the full resources and authority of the federal government to help stop this tremendous plague. And I'd now like to invite Secretary Kennedy to start, and then Catherine Burgum, and then I'll sign the order, which I've just signed, and wanted to make sure the signature was good, took my time. And we can, let me just see, pretty good, not pretty good. Let's give it a 10, okay, Catherine? For Catherine. But I'd like Bobby to say a few words, and Catherine, thank you very much, everybody. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for your leadership, for signing an executive order that tells the truth about one of the greatest challenges that our country faces. Addiction is not a moral failure, it is a disease. It's chronic, it's treatable, and for too long our nation has responded with fragmentation, with stigmatization, and silence instead of science, compassion, and coordination. Today, President Trump changes that. With the Great American Recovery Initiative, we finally bring the full strength of the federal government together across healthcare, law enforcement, housing, labor, faith communities, and the private sector to save lives, restore families, and rebuild communities that addiction has hollowed out. Nearly 50 million Americans suffer from substance use disorder. Many never receive treatment. Even more don't believe that help is possible. That is not because recovery doesn't work. It's because our systems have failed to reach the people where they are early enough, long enough, and with dignity. This initiative fixes that. We will align federal programs instead of letting them operate in silos. We will set clear, measurable goals and report honestly to the American people. We will use evidence-based care, modern science, and continuous support, just as we do for heart disease, diabetes, and other chronic illnesses. We will focus on prevention before addiction takes hold. We will intervene early. We will expand access to treatment that leads to real long-term recovery. And we will support re-entry because recovery does not end when treatment ends. It succeeds when people return to their families, their jobs, and their communities with purpose and with hope. As co-chair of this initiative alongside of Catherine Burgum, whose leadership and commitment strengthens this work, I pledge urgency, accountability, and honesty. Catherine and I share the experience of having been addicted and long-term recovery. But almost everybody in this room and almost everybody in our country has been touched by addiction. Steve Witkoff, who was here, had an extraordinary son, Andrew, who was a superstar boy, a straight A student, an athlete, and a wonderful leader, and lost that son to addiction. President Trump has talked about his own family's struggle with addiction. All of us are touched. If it touches these people, it can hurt every American. And President Trump has often talked about, with compassion, about the families who lose children to this disease. 100,000 children a year until recently. Now it's about 76,000. Those families are devastated forever. And the cost of it to our country, not only in dollars, but in just the malaise and the despair that it imposes, is incalculable. We are going to listen to states, localities, frontline providers, and tribal nations. We will partner with communities and faith-based organizations. We will work with employers, clinicians, and recovery leaders who know what works on the ground. President Trump has already acted decisively, securing the border against deadly drugs, signing the Halt Fentanyl Act, strengthening treatment programs, expanding access to naloxone, medication-assisted treatments, and investing billions in prevention and recovery. This executive order builds on that record and accelerates it. Recovery is not a side issue, it's an economic issue, a workforce issue, a family issue, a national security issue. When Americans recover, communities grow stronger. When families heal, children thrive. And when we confront addiction with courage instead of complacency, we reclaim the promise of our country. This initiative is about life, it's about responsibility, and it's about building a great American recovery together. With this executive order and with major announcements that I will announce next week, we are taking decisive action to make America healthy again. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby, and great job. And you're doing a fantastic thing.
It's time for you to get your reading superpowered. So stop straining your eyes and start listening instead.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job. You know, emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, I use a free Google Chrome extension called Speechify. It's like the voice of the internet. I get a play button everywhere. So if I click play on email, it reads. If I click play on a PDF, it reads. If I have physical books, I take a picture, it reads.
Speechify can read to you in the highest quality digital voices available anywhere.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that could change your life forever. Or you're proofreading your thesis one last time before you submit it to make sure there aren't any errors. No matter what you have to read, we could all use a second pair of eyes to help us retain information and put our best foot forward. Enter Speechify, a reading assistant powered by artificial intelligence and deep learning, and designed consciously for students and working professionals who want to get more done. Speechify does the reading for you, so you can spend less energy reading and more energy comprehending. Choose your listening speed. Start at 230 words per minute and build to 500 words per minute, which is 2.5 times faster than most people read. Choose from a range of incredible voices that use human inflection, so you can stay engaged without getting tired.
And I found it makes it so easy to not only focus, but also retain and understand and comprehend the things that I'm listening to. So if like me...
And you're doing a fantastic thing. He's doing a fantastic job. And I saw his wife yesterday, and she can.
All right, we've done some proper cable management. It's echoing because I got the TV on. think. Oh, we're gonna be okay. We are gonna be okay. Okay. Check. Wow. All right, that's very, very, very. I'm gonna do the halos. We gotta do a song. I gotta make a song. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh yeah, that's way better. Okay. Nice. Bound chicka wow wow. Bow chicka wow. Chicka wow. Bound chicka. Chicka wow. Bow. Chicka wow. Whoa. See, I'm never hitting the red. You know why? I know what a limiter is. Woo. Gee. Zoo. Zabbada wow. Clickety clack, clickety boom, boom, boom. My dog is asleep. I'll get the lizard out. This is done. Let's get the seizure off my screen. Just go, Cam, go, go. Go, Cam. Just go, Cam. Go to the go, Cam. Uh-oh. Shit. Bound chicka wow wow chicka wow wow is no, that's not the bound chicka what that's the one. We gotta check in what the lizard's doing. Well, what do you think? Oh, good mic. Good mic. Good mic. I didn't know somebody else was watching. Oops. That's tuned. What am I gonna do? If you're in here for the lizard cam, you have to comment. Because they're being super lazy. I'm gonna feed them, and then I think I'm gonna let them try to hunt. And the only way to do that is to turn off the lights. And you guys won't be able to see. So They need to eat. Look at the little night lizard. Look at him run around. Look at the one on top of the log. Yeah, they heard me thinking about putting worms in there. They know what worm is. Worm. Look at him look around. He sees the light shafts and he's like, oh, huh. This is not like this normally. And he'd be right. I was going to show off my black light, but it's dirty. So I gotta clean it. It's one of the old tube ones. Short. About a foot long. Maybe a little more. And yeah. It only does UV, ultraviolet A. And they need ultraviolet B. And there's an ultraviolet C. But only the black light tubes do A. And I got a coil one. They do. It's supposed to be on 6 hours of the day. I try to do it during the winter to supplement their food, to help them to be able to digest. Without digesting it, they won't get the proper nutrients, and they'll have gut bloat because they want to eat more, but they're not, digesting the food properly. So they got the heat lamp. That's why they keep running around that corner of the tile, because it's kind of hot. But you noticed earlier tonight, the lizard likes to lay in the cove. Right there. Right there. Okay. Right there. It's kind of cool to do something. Over there. Oh, look at them wake up. They're like, what the hell is that? That never does that. Yeah. So, yeah, they're chilling ever since the earthquake. I checked their tank. It still holds water. Everything's good. Gotta keep checking it because you never know if another one happens and it cracks it. Nope. There's Gecko. So Gecko is way better at latching onto the angles on the rock. And Giga's in the hole. In her cave. See the big night lizard calling him a brother? And like going up to him and cuddling? Oh. That's cute. I never seen anything like this. Oh, there's a little one. And he's not even trying to hurt him, he's just playing. He's like, but they don't know I gotta turn the lights off to feed them. I thought that would have been enough light taken out for them, but I guess not. They're really sensitive. Earlier today, I learned that UV I'm hearing my voice, and it's like echoing in my head. If I take this off, I can just talk. Okay, so UVB is only for their food digestion. Does nothing else for their mood or anything like that. So UVA, the black light, is supposed to be for high noon or sunburst at night to symbolize nighttime's now in effect. And I was going to get some pictures of how they glow and how they look under a black light. And yeah, I just wanted to bring you guys along with that. I wasn't going to leave it on for long periods of time at all. I have no intentions of that. Just being able to do a photo shoot, because their eyes are highly sensitive to it. It's like high noon if you think about that. Like, I don't want to put that and mess up their rhythm. This is as bright as I have it usually until I go to bed, and that's when they come out to hunt. So, but right now, normally I kind of want them to hunt now because look, I'm looking at now how active they all are, and I kind of want to make sure. There's only 2 worms in there, so 4 lizard, 2 worms, that doesn't math up. So we got to make sure that they're fed, and yeah, we're getting the calcium to make sure that they have the nutrients that they need. But I'm worrying about the night lizards, like getting calcium and they don't need it. I'm having a problem trying to figure out what to do with that. In the meantime, I wish I could have a tank cam for Jabba. I'm sorry. The 4 toads. Jabba was the old toad. She's passed now. She used to be in this tank with Giga. But there's 3 toads in this other big aquarium or terrarium, and used to be an aquarium. It's in the sunroom and it's got plants now, so it's doing better. I gotta add some dirt tomorrow, and I want to probably do this live cam over there. If I can't do that with connection to my computer, I might just have to do it a short one on my phone and have it set up very, very sketchily. That way you guys can actually kind of see what I'm doing and be able to chime in if you want. I'm trying to implement that more, but like I said, these are very, very new. I have not even tuned my mic properly to even think about getting this communicating. Like, but some of this stuff needed to be said, like the stuff about Tesla files and all this stuff. I can't just sit on it any longer, so that has to come out. And then we have to do more than just that, though. We have to do everything that we can to literally inform these people that are misinformed about what this, like, the business is, what's really happening. And yeah, other than that, I think I'm going to play a couple of games and hit the hay, but I'm not quite sure. I don't think I want to do Fortnite this late, although nobody's on, so I'd probably be guaranteed a victory. It's kind of too lazy. So if I do Skyrim, what will I do? Oh, it was the College of Winterhold. Look at the night lizard going up to the tail of Giga or Gogo and licked it and ran away. That's cute. Alright. So I could start getting this stuff done. At least on, I don't think you guys need to read along, because, like, yeah, it says 595 pages. So we just blazed through 232, and it took 5 hours. So this would not. I'd be up until sunrise easily. The next day, 8 hours later, easily. That's about how long it took me to derive it from the AI itself. And giving a lecture at that, like, lack of sleep and stuff, because I've been doing this for quite some time now, these 12-hour shifts, is quite draining, to say the least. So I'm trying to give it my all, and these new ideas like the lizard cam and such, I'm trying to implement it in a way that is fun, interactive, and something that you guys can, you know, not be bored looking at. If I'm at the news, if there's news and there's a lizard cam, then maybe, you know, you guys will stay for the news. I don't know. Some people don't do it for the news, right? Well, we gotta spread the word somehow. I don't know how to do this. So let's see. Oh, I gotta put the display capture over. Oh no, video capture over my display capture, and then they get the full cam. All right, signal independent. So what we'll do is I'm gonna load this up on my phone, which is the lizard cam right now. I'm gonna shoot this over to if I say 76, it would probably not be to doing anything other than getting caps and organizing a little bit, and then shifting to Skyrim. In the meantime, this will be a low-end engagement. I'm not going into breakdowns. You are very well with most of this information, and I actually did some of this stuff down. If you know the slides, I've already made slides about this. So I have to go to the end of my slides one, and I have to see exactly where I left off. Once I left, you know, because you can't just start a lecture without knowing where you left off. So once we figure out where we left off, we will start, because I know I've already covered that. So like I can scroll through this like pretty good. So we're already like 30 pages, but still 600. So it's like nothing, man. So like I said, I have books. So this is the thing, or tomes or whatever. So I need to figure out the next step. And once we do this, I'll be very happy about. Oh, I have 20 minutes left of this. Oh, okay. So there's a sneak peek at that. We got to finish this. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. President.
Confirm that he's doing a fantastic job, so she's on your side. You know that, which is great. And Oz, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Catherine, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Your leadership today, relative to this announcement about the Great American Recovery, is a gift to all Americans who are suffering from the brain disease of addiction. I also want to thank First Lady Melania Trump for her leadership during your first administration, and now the work she's doing championing youth and children, especially related to foster care, where early trauma and instability are often consequences of the disease of addiction. Addictions touch this administration in real and profound ways. President Trump, you've openly spoke about your brother Fred, who struggled with addiction, shaped your life and your understanding of this disease. And Susie Wiles carries the lived experience of her father, the late, great Pat Summerall, whose recovery journey became a source of hope for millions. Vice President Vance has shared his story of his mother's battle and recovery. And as Secretary Kennedy just said, he brings his own lived experience, proof that recovery is not theoretical, it is possible. These stories matter because they are not isolated. They reflect the reality of the over 190 million Americans, that's half our nation, who are impacted in some way by the disease of addiction. And I am one of them. I started drinking in high school, and I was a blackout drinker.
It's stupid how many people are impacted.
For 20 years I struggled, relapsing constantly starting over, constantly trying to stay sober and failing. I reached a point where I truly did not believe there was one single reason for me to keep living, and I was suicidal at the end of my drinking. One day I was out walking alone. I didn't have faith. I wasn't religious, but something in me said I should ask for help. And out loud to no one, because it was just me, I said, I don't know if anyone is there, but I need help. And that was the day I became sober. 15 years later, I found myself somehow standing in front of people as First Lady of North Dakota, thanks to him. But I was asking people to share their stories openly about addiction so we could eliminate the shame and stigma, so more people would reach out for help and more lives could be saved. And today I'm standing here in this incredibly beautiful Oval Office. And if not for the grace of God, I would not be alive today with over 23 years in recovery. That's why I'm here, and my message is simple: never give up hope for recovery. Mr. President, I also want to thank you for allowing me to stand here with you today. I was in this building in 2017 when the administration announced the national response to the opioid crisis. And nearly a decade later, the crisis remains, and in many ways it has grown worse. Not because we lacked compassion, not because we lack effort, but because we never fully aligned our system with the truth. Addiction is not a moral failure. It is not a character flaw, and it's not simply a behavioral issue. Addiction is a lifelong, chronic, relapsing medical disease, as real as diabetes, cancer, and heart disease. And when we fail to treat it as such, we don't treat the disease, and we pay mightily for the consequences. Emergency rooms, jails, foster care, overdose deaths, and broken families. The Great American Recovery changes that. This initiative represents a fundamental shift from reaction to prevention, from fragmentation to coordination, from stigma to science, from short-term fixes to long-term recovery. And for the first time, we're aligning federal leadership across health, justice, labor, housing, veterans, social services, the faith office, and education around one single shared truth. When addiction is treated early and correctly, people recover and families heal. Addiction is a generational disease, and if we don't treat it properly, it repeats from parent to child, from community to community. And when we treat it like a lifelong condition, the condition that it is, we stop that cycle. Yeah. We save lives, we restore families, we rebuild communities, we return people to dignity, purpose, and productivity. Mr. President, thank you for seeing this moment clearly. With your leadership and the Great American Recovery Initiative, we're establishing a new framework and a new national response to the disease of addiction, including treatment and care that parallels other chronic diseases. With this framework and treatment, recovery is not the exception, it is the expectation. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Excuse me, sir, how old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the younger generation.
I made my first million last year, actually.
What line?
You know, I saw them riding horses in a video, and they said, "Who is that?" I was talking about her, not him. And they explained it. I said, "I'm going to hire him because anybody has somebody like you to be with. It's an amazing tribute, and it's a great couple, amazing couple." And she's very much a part of his big success. He was a fantastic success, as you know, having been one of the most successful business people. And I saw him campaigning, a great governor, two-term governor. He was did a fantastic job, North Dakota. And he's done a great job. And I'll tell you what, Catherine's a very big part of it. I see it. It's just really one of the fantastic couples. So I appreciate it. What a beautiful job you've just done. And I'm going to give this to you, and you can figure out what you're going to do with Bobby. You know, but let's have a good picture of the two of them and everyone else. And I'd like to ask Steve Whitcuff also to say a couple of words when we're finished, because he's a very special person who I knew very well, an incredible person. So if you don't mind, Steve, I'll ask you to do that in just a second. All right? Please, Bob. Okay. Thank you very much. You guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Steve, please.
The president is doing the same thing to me now that he did to me in 2017. You remember, Catherine?
Yeah, we were sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I want to tell the story about this. So I came to the opioid conference, and the president did not know I was coming because I was invited by the First Lady. And he leaned over, saw me in the aisle, and he looked at me and he said, "Steve," and then he realized why I was there, because I had lost my son Andrew, and the president was an incredible friend when I lost him. I lived in his building at 502 Park Avenue, and I remember when him and the First Lady came, and I talked about this all the time. And so he took my hand, and he said to me, "Come on up to the stage and tell the world about your boy, Andrew." And of course, that was, something that was really meaningful to me, but, and I got through it. And I talk about it all the time. I talked about it on the campaign trail and so forth. He is a very special man. And he's begun and led the fight against opioid addiction and alcoholism. And Catherine, I feel like we sort of bonded from that day. And it's just my blessing to work for you, sir.
He's a special guy. He and a group of people, Jared helped and others helped. Steve, peace in the Middle East, and we're there.
Yes.
A couple of little flames, but they're very little by comparison, and they'll go out quickly. They're already going out. And he's now trying very hard to settle up with Russia and Ukraine, and I think a lot of progress is being made there. And I told that Russia's not doing any shooting for a period of time during this horrendously cold weather.
Because of you.
So we asked President Putin if they could stop the shooting for a week. They're being hit with proportionately the kind of cold that we're being hit. It's much colder in Ukraine to start off with, but it's really cold now, and he agreed to do that. We appreciated that very much. It's a nasty war. It's a nasty, nasty war. Would anybody else have anything to say? I can say that I am extremely late, but that's okay. Don't worry about me. Would anyone else have anything to say? Doug, you're doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate it. Marty, you are really something special. Everyone's talking about you every time. If I don't mention Marty, Bobby always mentions
very important date.
So we have a great team. Jay, great. Marty, great. Do you guys want to say something?
Thank you. Thank you. Well, historically, with addiction, the entire society has always been reactionary. And that's been the story of healthcare. But at the FDA, we are looking into incredible cutting-edge therapeutics, and we are being proactive, giving them vouchers when we see something that's promising to get an approval as quick as weeks in an era of a 10 to 12-year approval time. And the ultimate therapeutic is community, houses of worship, addressing loneliness. And so that's part of the MAHA agenda, thanks to Bobby's. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Jay?
Mr. President, in 2018, you launched the HEAL initiative, helping to end addiction long-term at the NIH. It's paid fruit. It's yielded fruit. The ingenuity of small business has developed products that can deal with pain without opioids. The naloxone, which saves lives. Right. That was the fruit of NIH, and for the kinds of investments that are your administration that you made, starting from the first Trump term to now, will continue to pay dividends. The kind of research that the NIH is doing will help turn the tide, make people's lives so much better, restore families. All of the addiction that we've seen, 80,000 deaths we saw, the huge spike in addiction deaths, during the first Biden term, is going to be a thing of the past, and I'm so proud to be part of
And
this.
fellas, some great things happening, right?
Yeah.
Marty, there's great, really great things happening, I hear. And some pretty big announcements over a short period of time, right?
Yep. Moving drugs over the counter so you don't need a prescription.
Yeah, right.
Naloxone, which treats opioid, is one of those drugs. And we're being proactive with synthetic 7-OH, a new opioid that's showing up. And we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. Now I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please.
We have to be
Thank you.
proactive.
Mr. President, can you respond to the new Fox poll that says people think ICE's tactics are too aggressive?
Thank you guys.
First reporters, we're done. Thank you.
Vital to be proactive.
Thank you, press. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Are we gonna flip for this, or what are we gonna do?
All right, we're just going to let that linger a little bit longer than usual because usually at the end of some of those events, you will take questions, no questions from there, no questions during the initial cabinet meeting earlier on today, and obviously potentially avoiding what's going on in Minnesota, some of the alterations in terms of that strategy. But that was the initiative, a new initiative for drug addiction and helping those recover. So we're following that closely here on Live Now from Vox, very closely talking about it. You heard from RFK Jr., the former First Lady of North Dakota, Doug Burgum's wife, the Secretary of Interior, Catherine Burgum, there speaking as well about personal experiences, and pretty profound to hear those from the Oval Office right here on Live Now. All right, and he also mentioned that coming up a little bit later on tonight that he is running fast.
All right. Okay. Okay, so I think I've seen so many people doing these reaction videos. I'm not trying to risk getting demonetized. I'm not really sure if this is legal, but so let's just. I don't want to end it just yet. I want to be able to do the things I want to be able to do, like music reviews. And I got a higher bit rate because I have YouTube Music, so I just don't know how well it's gonna sound over stream, guys. We're just gonna. That's why I wanted to test this out. It's kind of late, but that's why the headphones are here. Okay, we're gonna burn out like a hot fire here. Oh. Yeah, we're doing it for the leopard cow. Poor geckos, they gotta eat. Okay, so first things first. So it's just the audio. There's no art or anything like that. So here we go, folks.
The smoke, a ghost, I'll show
Sure, yeah. Going for broad.
don't let me go too far. Erase while I dissolve in the hazel in your eyes. I'm lost, don't let it go. Stay we wander deep into it.
Any last words? That song was awesome. Shut me down. Don't even care. Fucking awesome. Needless to say, here you go. Please give them a like. They deserve it. They deserve to be over 1 million. I don't even understand why they're not so much. It makes me upset. It's like if I star the label. Like right now. Like, let me pull up virtual DJ 8 and just like go. You'll be like, what? How could he? Does he know how to do that? Yes. I do. I do. This is how we do it. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. God. I like USB-C, but the quality is shit compared to actual cable. It's just gonna be digitized into USB-C anyway. Oh god. I gotta figure out how to do this. Oh. Holy crap. We're gonna do the duck lip. Duck lip. Duck do duck lip. I gotta get the freaking caps card on. Oh, my capture card. Alright. Let's see what we got going here. I'm probably gonna have to like shut the stream off and like reboot it, so just hold. See? Okay. So now I just gotta figure out, since this is free to do what it needs. This is free to do what it needs. Oh, I'm still doing that. Oh, caramba. Okay. Let's see, YouTube stream. Should be fine, right? Yeah. Except I probably gotta mess with my mic. Let me see here. I don't even. Probably not even hearing myself. Yeah, that seems to be about right. Okay. Off. 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 Okay. Check. Check. Capture. I'm gonna try stopping double tearing there. It's having to lose a couple frames because it's pumping at 30. I'm wondering if that'll be enough for the sound. It seems to be holding. And it's not connected to my TV yet, but give me a second. I gotta switch over, that's why I'm not looking so weird right now. But this gotta be tuned. Good mic, good mic. We're all good mics. Okay. Jesus. I gotta relive my scenes. Alright. Press start. Okay, so 59%, 49% CPU loading and dropping for now. Alright, so we've officially stopped the spiking at 70 because we're working properly. see how long I can give this going. Let's see. Oh, check it. Check it. Check it out. Check it out. Check it. Check it. Check it out. Oh yeah, I did change it. Oh, you see? Let's see. Oh, please. I think I did it. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Let's see. I changed the refresh rate to straight 30. Let's change this to straight 30. I don't even care. No handshakes. Just 30. Alright. Let's go. Okay. 30. Yep. Alright. Ah. Of course. I'm not even gonna look, bro. No. Well, never seen this. We're about to AI it.
Your corpse at the Miners' Monument is like hitting a secondary jackpot right after your Reaper encounter. Since you live right there at the White Spring, you've essentially set up camp on one of the best object random encounter nodes in the game. What is it? That is a dead NPC that can spawn in one of three costumes: a witch, a skeleton, or a vampire. They were Halloween enthusiasts who didn't quite make it through the wasteland. How rare is it? The spawn chance. It's a random object encounter. While not 1 in a million like your level 60 Reaper, it is a tier 3 rare encounter. Most people server hop for hours to find this body, the loot lottery. The real rarity is in the plans, which can drop the plan witch costume and plan witch hat. Skeleton can drop the plan, skeleton costume and plan, Halloween skull mask. Vampire. This one is often bugged and usually carries no plans. Talk about a trick instead of a treat. What are you supposed to do? 1. Loot immediately. Check the body for those costume plans. These are legacy-style rare drops that are highly traded in the community. 2. Check the holotape. They usually carry a tape that marks the pumpkin house on your map if you haven't been there. 3. Do not scrap. If you get the plans, keep them. They sell for thousands of caps and player vendors because they allow people to craft their own Halloween gear year-round. The Deep Dive Connection. Since you're already editing that 1IN 50 million video, you have to include this. It proves your White Spring Snake location is a literal magnet for anomalies. Think about your 30-minute timeline. Level 60
Crazy. So it didn't have a plan, which is what I thought it would say that it was supposed to, and somebody looted it. But there's a holotape. And I haven't been there. So maybe I should do that. I bet I should. Let's see. Let's go home. Hi guys. It is 4 in the morning. I haven't been able to get much done because I am cloudy headed. Possibly because I haven't got much. So I'm gonna get some sleep, and I'll regroup with you guys soon. And thanks for everything. And I'm gonna put on the sunrise Gecko cam. Basically undoing everything I just did. Alright, later.